Good morning, everyone. I call to order the GCC Board Retreat at 8:35. Welcome. Roll call. Mark Anderson.
Here.
Harry Block.
Here.
Bruce Mandrick.
Here.
Jack Turner.
Here.
Lily Campbell here. All board members are present and accounted for. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Thank you to this lovely school. We are at, where are we this morning? I am so confused.
Higher Learning
Higher
Academy
Learning
and Futures High.
Academy and Futures High. Thank you, principals and staff, for having us here. It is indeed a pleasure. We welcome everyone. We welcome those of you who are watching us virtually. And we are in for a lot of information today, board members. Are you ready? You are ready. Good. And Mr. Superintendent, we are so glad to be here with you. Your first board retreat. We welcome you as our new superintendent and all who are with us. So thank you. And so with that, shall we get started?
Sounds good to me. So good morning. Board, I started to say good evening. That's our usual kickoff statement, but good morning. We'll start off with a brief superintendent's update. Obviously, the majority of our day-to-day will be the update, but I do want to kind of start off with a few things to highlight. So want to echo what Ms. Lily said in terms of welcoming everyone to what we call Rancho Del Paso, home of Higher Learning Academy and Futures High School. Looking forward to shortly after we get through and I think they get settled, getting students into class. We'll be taking a tour of the facility and looking at some of the instruction in classes. We did have the opportunity to welcome back our students to school on August the 9th. And later on in today's agenda, you will hear from Mr. Coy, who will share with you a little bit about our first day back, our first week of school. We were also happy since our last board meeting to welcome all of our staff back. Over 700 of our staff gathered at the Citrus Heights Community Center on August the 8th. And I want to take this moment and just thank the board for going out and giving out ice cream. So thank you for spending some time and taking ice cream to our school sites. I have had nothing but a celebration around that, and I think we may have to do it again.
Mid-year.
Yeah, you started something. I'll say it that way. You started something.
You started something.
And so you got to finish this, but really staff has been overjoyed about the time that they spent with the board and myself during the ice cream delivery. So thank you for that. Just kind of want to highlight a couple of things that won't be included in today, but are very important. The Association of California School Administrators recently unveiled a video, and I'll send this video to each of you, featuring Emmanuel Reyes, who is a Sava alum and the winner of the AXA Region 3 Every Student Succeeding Award. And he was also featured in EdCal. Very proud of this young man. And he will be going to state AXA and in competition at the upcoming Leadership Summit. So just so you'll know, Ray is attending American River College and he hopes to pursue a professional career in boxing. And so when you see his video, you'll be like, oh, wow, that's good. Later on today, we'll spend some time looking at our draft of our blueprint for excellence. And it has really undergone a number of changes and design changes as well as content changes. So looking forward to presenting that later. Our administrators had their first admin meetings on August 17th. This was a meeting really to start going deeper into a number of our academic priorities. I want to affirm our Ed Services team, Dr. Gold, Mr. Elliott, and Mr. Coy for really their work in pulling together a strong meeting for our administrators on that kind of first day. We on Friday just finished our central office retreat, and we did a Caption Kids Part 2, kind of a modified leadership blueprint with trainer Shane Naderman. And I want to affirm Mr. Elliott for his coordination of that event and that day for our staff. And then just something that also came up in the AXA. Ed Cal is our former retired superintendent, Dr. Peterson, recently published an article for empowering women leaders in the AXA Ed Cal, and the title of the article are "The Days Are Long, but the Years Are Short." So we definitely offer our congratulations and wish her the very best as that is being publicized. And with that being said, oh, thank you. I believe Melissa just handed you a copy of the article for your enjoyment. So today, like I said, as much as I want to say that's the superintendent's report and we could end the retreat, there's so much more today.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
no.
we can't go.
So today, really, we will have, obviously a tour and learning about the programs here at Higher Learning and Futures. We'll spend some time going through what I call best practice governance. We'll have an update on our various progress towards our goals, as well as our department and our direction for this school year, as well as beyond. We'll spend some time going through our priorities and what's important, looking at our major initiatives and strategies this year, as well as our strategic direction and agreement as a governance team for where we want to continue to see the organization grow and move forward. And then obviously staff will do a lot of information sharing from our various departments. And that's kind of the goals of what we hope to accomplish today. That's kind of the flow of our agenda. As I like to share, we have in this room here, facilities at the back of the room. If you need, there's going to be plenty of water and food and juice and coffee all day long, or tea for Director Block. And so please, if you can do anything to help, we will do that. All right. With that being said, I would like to invite Principal Coonan and Principal Luevano to come at this time and present on their schools. Who's going to go first? We're going to go TK8 first?
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
So excited to have you guys here at Rancho Del Paso. Get to meet some of our kiddos, our staff, see our campus. So just to walk you through, is this the one slide, Melissa?
The one.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so a lot of good things going on at HLA. We are coming up very soon on our authorization visit for IB. As you know, our IB journey has been a long one, a productive one, and this will be a huge milestone when we have an IB visit just next month. It's a virtual visit, but we are very excited for that. And so as you tour today, you're definitely going to see a lot of international mindedness. That's one of the pillars of IB. So you will see flags, you will see multiple cultures represented and that sort of thing. On our IB walls, you'll see central idea, key concepts. These are, again, some of the instructional pieces in IB classrooms. And then we've got our specialty classes as well. So you might see our PE teacher, Coach Lax, taking a group out to the field. You might see Senora Cable, our Spanish teacher, giving the students some instruction in Spanish. And you're all familiar with Mr. Christian and what he does here. You might see him or one of his staff members doing a yoga and mindfulness class with our kiddos. Over in upstairs here in our MYP, our middle years program, we are again in the candidacy phase for MYP. We've always staggered that journey, right? So as we've got our authorization visit for PYP this year, we're looking at moving forward with that next year over for the MYP. Our MYP has a house system. So there are 6 different houses that students are sorted into across grade levels. So whereas normally an 8th grader wouldn't get much time to interact with 6th graders because they don't have the same classes, they have 7th, 8th, and 6th graders in the same houses, and they come together about once a week to do leadership activities, to do spirit competitions, things like that, things to make the day fun, to have pride in what they're doing, and interact with some different people. Our student council is wonderful, led by our staff member, Miss Julie. They help us with things like our school dances, our school assemblies, make those things fun for students. We're also very excited to be growing our leadership team. Mr. Bagazi, who has been with the GCC for, I think, something like 14 years, moved into an instructional coach role, and he's really going to help us to make sure that we're moving forward with that candidacy phase and ready for authorization soon. All right, any questions about HLA's progress?
Looking forward to seeing it.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone.
Hi there. Good morning.
Morning. All right, so at Future, there's a few things that we've been really working hard on over the last 2 years, and I can say that this has been like a year and a half progress on some of the things that we're going to talk about. Project Lead the Way is kind of our foundation for our CTE classes and courses that we offer at the school. We've been having engineering as part of our pathway now for a few years. What's new to our school, though, is our biomedical pathway. So this summer we sent 2 teachers to the biomed training biomed 1 training, and now we've been able to implement that this year with one of our teachers. And so far the course has been really the talk of most of our students. We've been able to do a few lessons now where they've been really interacting. There were some pictures that we were sharing with everybody in the board and GCC. But really excited about this course. This course has been something that the community has been really pushing and asking us to offer, but they're really involved with nursing, wanting to be a part of that field. So this is kind of giving that window now that we're kind of showing our kids that there's a pathway to this and we can get them introduced to it. Also this year, with the support of GCC and the board, we've been able to include an intervention teacher and a social worker. These 2 new positions have been super crucial for our success here at the school. Our intervention teacher now is somebody that supports our dual enrollment students. So now we have a period dedicated to students who will be taking dual enrollment classes, which is our partnership with American River College. And then our social worker. Actually, she's amazing. She's been hitting the ground running, bringing all this new stuff for us, being available to our students, is interacting with students day to day. And we're just working hard together with her, our school psychologists, our counselors. And so it's building a nice, good team of support for our students. Avid continues to be offered for all our grades, which is something that we're still growing. That's still one of our programs that we have here, getting kids college and career ready. And that we have 2 courses now designed for 9th through 12th and 11th through 12th, 9th through 10th and 11th through 12th. Quest time is something new. As we kind of grow our school and really trying to give our students enough support, we were including quest time as part of our daily schedule. So quest time is an added 30 minutes throughout the students' day where they're doing something specific. What we have are every day it's something different. So there'll be something with personal growth, a lesson on college or career, SCL, CKH, and added skills. And then Fridays are teacher's choice enrichment. So we give teachers that autonomy to kind of do something fun, get out of the regular, hey, this is what we're doing Monday through Thursday. Friday, let's have a little fun, do something that interests you with the kids. Quest time is again, we're really trying to incorporate that. We had Futures Friday, which was this, but with the quest time, we have other ideas for the future of what we can try to do at the school. And we're just slowly implementing little pieces pieces at a time. And then we continue to keep having our music. We've included music appreciation as a part of our music. I don't want to call it a pathway, but we're offering music as something that we want to continue to keep growing, because hopefully one day we could be able to have a nice band, school band, so that we can kind of get kids involved with that. So that's in long term here, we're looking at continue to keep building that program. But a lot of new things going on here at Futures, and we're really excited just in the direction that we're going, and with the support from the district and everybody, it's been really, I don't want to say easy, but it's been very nice to have that support. And we've been doing great things and it's starting to show and the kids are really excited about it.
I
Any
am
questions?
looking forward to that last one down there. That's my heart.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
music appreciation. So looks like you're on the right track.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Or do we have any questions or comments for either one of the principals?
Yeah, either, both appreciated the presentation and also thanks for inviting us and so forth. A question on the biomedical. Is there a pathway for dual enrollment with American River there also?
So biomed one is kind of like here at the school where we do like, they do more scenario based things. So the bio one, they investigate like a crime scene and they investigate how diseases were formed. And so they do a lot of stuff that are
So
scenario.
it's not with the nursing, necessarily with the
So-
nursing program and things like that.
So
okay.
in the second class, though, there is a partnership that we need to include at Kaiser or Sutter or a
Okay.
hospital where we are getting kids to go to the hospital for a
Okay.
field trip. So that comes in part two, which is our kind of direction that we're going, but we're just gonna need a few things to be kind of fit the mold a little bit better.
I imagine they really get into the crime scene investigation.
Oh, man, it was the first one that they did. I mean, it was great to see a lot of the pictures that we had and then we shared those. But they're all in their their scientific coats and they all have clipboards. There was a fake body on the ground and there's things and they're trying to figure out how what happened to this person. So kids were really into it. Now, once that happened, all the top. And now that class is going to be one of the most popular classes here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I was gonna ask you about the mental health of all the kids here. What are we doing for them? Because we see this is the biggest thing across the country today.
Yeah, well, that was one of the big asks of the social worker. And our social worker actually is very well aware of our students' needs. And she's been doing a good job at communicating and having those conversations with students. What I can tell you right now is that her caseload right now, her list that she creates is growing because kids are now actually wanting to talk to somebody. So now that she's been able to offer that to our students, kids have been more willing to have these conversations with her. And it hasn't been like that until we were able to get her here. So I could tell you that the process for creating more support for those students starts with her, and it's just going to continue to grow.
All right.
Any other questions? All right, so at this time, the board will go into a recess while we take a tour. And I don't know whose side of the campus are we starting on?
For different things, I don't know.
Okay. All right, so board, we'll start with futures and continue to move.
We don't need to take anything. Just
Sorry. Yeah. I didn't either. It's really the whole thing.
Good morning again, everyone. We are back from a visit of some of the classrooms at both Futures and HLA. And it was quite invigorating to see the students at learning and teachers working with them. So we are very happy to be back and to visit the classrooms. Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent and staff. We really appreciate seeing some things happening in the classroom. So with that, we're back ready for our board meeting.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions before we let Mr. Coonan and Mr. Luevano migrate back to their schools?
I'm gonna do my job today. Is that what you're saying?
You do it every day. Every day you focus on learning. So definitely want to affirm both of these
Yes,
principals
thank
for
you so much.
their work that, them and as well as their team has done to really create a very strong learning environment. Very proud, as you know, both of them are in their first official year. They kind of followed a similar journey to myself in that they partially did sometimes. They were interim campus, didn't know what their titles were, but really they have stepped into those roles. And so very proud of the work that they're doing and looking forward to greater things from
And
this.
on behalf of the board, please thank your staff and tell them how much we enjoyed being there in the classrooms.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the next part of our retreat is just, yes, I have a timer on me. Is our state of the GCC. And it's just really an opportunity just to share with the board, as well as kind of our public, what's happening as part of this state of the GCC. We'll also spend some time looking at our blueprint for excellence document and some of the changes there. And so let's jump in. So a few good things just to kind of start off where we are. We are in our 21st school year for GCC, as well as I think we really should be as an organization, as well as you as a governance team. We did complete a successful transition of the organization while really maintaining and at the same time enhancing the culture of the organization. And so more on that will be shared later in this presentation. CKH National Showcase Schools for all of our schools, as well as a showcase district. Proud to say that we are, for the seventh, believe it or not, a best places to work. I like to tell the world we are first place in terms of the only educational entity, but we'll see what they say. But really proud of the work that Maury and his team is doing around dual enrollment in our community colleges. We have that active in all 5 of our high schools, and really looking forward to more by bringing on our director of college and career readiness. We'll be getting really deeper in that work down the road. We've enrolled and provided resources to approximately 500 immigrant families. And later on today, Director Terekov will share with you a little more information about those services. We have increased enrollment across all sites. And later on, CBO Raina will be sharing more information about you. Did not just give you a on TV demotion, CBO, not director. And then implementation of our full TK program at 5 schools, as well as the expansion of extended day services and summer school. And Mr. Quay will be sharing with you more information about that later on in today. So really a lot of good things happening across the organization. Honestly, a lot has changed, not only for GCC, but I kind of labeled this retirements, resignations. In terms of kind of the landscape of what's happened around us, obviously for GCC, our founder and superintendent announced her retirement in December. San Juan Unified Superintendent, he announced his retirement, Ken Kern, and they have a new superintendent. Robla Elementary Superintendent announced his retirement around December also. And again, they have a new superintendent. Natomas Unified School District superintendent announced his retirement, and they have, and then finally Sac City Unified actually just announced his resignation. I believe it was for family reasons, mutually separation, and well, the rest is in the news. But a lot of things have changed in terms of the school. And, you know, one of the things that was shared at the AASA Superintendent's Academy is that coming out of the pandemic, you're just seeing a number of those superintendents who probably were going to retire a couple of years ago. They hung on through the pandemic. Pandemic is over, and we're seeing an influx of superintendent retirements. The mayor of Sacramento is not seeking re-election, and we'll share a little bit more of why that's important to us. As you know, we have built a very strong relationship with Mayor Steinberg, which has been very helpful for us. And then elected school board members who are some of our friendlies are not seeking re-election. And again, later on in today's presentation, we'll share a little bit more information with you on that. So just for a few minutes, transition and change seems to be the very constant theme right now. But really what I've been trying to share with the organization is that the secret of change is to focus all your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And that's what we're really looking at. We're not worried about what happened, what didn't happen, where things went, but we're really looking at how do we take the Gateway community charters in our schools to its next level. That's the reason why we have Level Up. So I want to talk a little bit about this kind of concept of the stages of organizational cycles. You know, when GCC started 20 years ago, it was this nice little baby organization that was birthed with a very strong partnership with the former Grant School District. And it was always kind of, you know, this piece that supported and that was with the district in partnership with. But over 20 years, we've kind of continued to grow. So we started out as just this one little small, you know, one school, 300 students, to today, kind of right around here at maturity of being an organization with as many schools as we have. 9 charters, 22 locations, over close to 6,000 students. What ends up happening is organizations, if they're not careful, will reach maturity and then they'll start to decline. They'll start to kind of taper off. They'll level out. And an organization that continues its growth cycle or its organizational cycle will create or launch new organizations if you're from a business sense. But for us, it's new innovations, it's new programs, it's new methodologies. And so a lot of what our team has been talking about, our cabinet team over there, is how do we continue to innovate, to grow? What's next for the organization? Where do we take the organization so that we don't just become another organization that begins to have a slow decline because we plateau? I think, you know, you look right outside of our window here, you'll see just empty land, but Maury, how many? About 200 homes 200. Will go over into that piece of land there. So again, what are we doing in this school? And I think you saw a little bit of that example today, the biomedical program, being able to really meet the needs of our students, our IB, being able to really tap into that. So what are we doing to continue to grow and innovate the organization? And so GCC, while we're in this very mature, solid organization, our team's focus, our entire cabinet team has been looking at what do we need to do to continue our growth, continue our innovation, and to continue to push us to the next level. Our mission and vision really remains the same, and it's rooted in very strong. And, as we have grown these 20 years, this is kind of the work that we have coalesced around, and we'll continue that mission and vision as we continue to grow. So this year, you'll hear a lot about Level Up, and really what Level Up is, it's what do we need to do to take the organization to its next level academically, fiscally, our facilities, our equity, our programs. What do we need to do to push the organization to the next level? Because again, we want to continue to grow, we want to continue to innovate and build new. That's all of us. That's all of you. One of the things that I'm very proud of in terms of sustainability, we have board sustainability. Many of you have been with us, and I'm looking forward to your new pictures going up there. And then we really do have a strong core cabinet team who is really doing phenomenal work and helping to lead this organization through our next level. But at the end of the day, it's really about these individuals. It's about our students. It's about the work that we're doing with them. It's about the programs that we're offering. It's about the high expectations that we have for them academically. One of the things you're going to hear from our team, not only today, but throughout, is how we're pushing our sites to have high expectations for all students academically. And so therefore, we're giving our sites, our staff, the tools necessary to do that work. So you'll hear Dr. Gold talk a little bit of how we have shifted some of the focus of our admin meetings to really focus on some of those things that our staff really needs to support our students to be strong academically. But we also are doing a lot to support our staff in ensuring that they are strong. And, you'll hear Dr. Gold again talk a lot about the professional learning work that we're doing in our department there. You'll hear later on Mr. Elliott talking about the work that we're looking to do with our sites around some of their opportunities and how to stretch them a little bit. You'll hear Mr. Coy talk about how we're working with our IB schools to really push them and really getting serious about our TK work to bring, those students in earlier and sooner so that our staffs are really ready. So here's a little bit about who we are. We're educating right now about 5,512 students. About 50% of our population is white, 26% is Hispanic, about 8% is Black, and about 3% is Asian. As we know, white also encompasses a number of our Slavic families. That's kind of where they rest, as well as, interesting enough, families from Afghanistan and others. They are actually classified as white by what I call CDE numbers. 22 locations, 5 TK, 3 9 through 12s. I will tell you, this number shocks me. We are at 799 staff. Jeez.
Yeah.
And I feel like we have one more position that we'll hire in the next week, so we'll be at 800. But we were in our cabinet meeting, and that information was brought to us that we are at just about 800 staff members. And so later on today, I have Director Berrigan, who's going to share with you a little bit about our staff overall numbers, where our staff is, where some of our holes are, because we still do have some staffing holes that we're filling with contracts, as well as a subcontract named Scoot, where we're trying to kind of fill some of those gaps of getting subs in. But 799 staff. Yes, ma'am.
22 campuses.
22. So when we look at campuses, you think about Sava, Sim, Sava,
Okay.
Power In, Sava,
Elk Grove, Zava.
no, Sava, Win Youth. Those are all under one charter, but they're different campuses.
I didn't realize we had 22.
We do.
Yeah.
5 of our schools have a full day TK. Obviously, I just shared that 9, 7 of our sites have extended day programs, 16 technical CTE pathways, 3 IB schools, and about 2,766 of our population are English learners. Yes, sir.
And if you look statewide, that number 55512 is considered a large school district.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I think we've always called ourselves, we're a small district, but really, if you look at across the state, we would be considered a larger district.
Be interesting to get the comparison on number of employees ratio to students to see how we compare. And that we, not that I think we'll ever be overstaffed, but
Okay, that's something, Omira, we'll make note of that to look at staff to student ratio. So a lot of what you'll hear and what we're really looking and focusing is that really our kids today are not the same kids. I shared during the welcome back that over the summer I had some time to play video games with my kids. And one of the things that I learned is that every 0.5 to 1 second on a video game, you're required to make a decision of some type. And so what's happening is we're getting students in our seats that are coming with their minds ready to make quick decisions. So we have to figure out ways to engage them more, to be more engaging in our instructional practices, to be more engaging in our work, because what happens when they're not engaged, then we have behavior issues, we have problems. So really looking at ways to engage. AI, artificial intelligence, I've been saying this, it really is here to stay. It's something that is out there. And so later today, you're going to receive, I think, a very innovative presentation on AI. I can't wait to see your reaction, but it is something that we're looking to be early adopters and push, but while at the same time looking at what do we need to do in terms of policies, or are there things that we need to be looking at? And then, what are we doing to offer our students more? And so that's what I want to talk a little bit about by sharing kind of this next piece. So is that going to work, or do I just click, or will you click?
Click no.
Okay, here we go. So this is a video that we're going to unveil, or we unveiled at our welcome back, and I'm going to share with you.
At Gateway Community Charters, our students are bright. Our students are talented. Our students are tenacious, and they are curious about life and what the future holds for them. Parents dream for their kids to be happy and have positive school experiences. They want their kids to grow up confident and productive in their career choice. Communities need citizens who care about others and the world around them. They need leaders who advocate for change. Industries need workers who possess real-life skills, who are strong communicators and collaborate for innovation. But our youth today have experienced a barrage of life events and trauma, causing mental, social, and academic struggles like never before. The GCC is meeting these challenges with talented teachers and staff working to prepare students who are academically ready with content knowledge and digital literacy, workforce and college ready with creative and innovative communication skills and competencies, life ready who are self-aware, empathetic, and adaptable, global citizens who are culturally and socially respectful and serve others, productive citizens who solve problems and advocate for good cause, and reflective citizens who are curious and plan for their future. We are Gateway Community Charters, committed to providing quality school choice and access to future opportunities for all students. We are GCC, a gateway to the future.
So as part of kind of the board's direction to me last spring, when we started the transition, it was to kind of begin to seek input and feedback from our various stakeholder groups. And so some of the groups that I spent some time with as part of the transition was, one, our students, to really ask students, what is it that you need from us as your educational system to feel like when you leave our doors, you're prepared, you're ready, and that we've done our job. And so I will tell you, the students probably were one of the best focus groups that I could ever have, because they just kind of said, we want this, we need this. And you would think students were going to talk about lunch or facilities, but they didn't. They talked about, they wanted information on college readiness earlier. They wanted exposure to financial literacy. They wanted information around mental health. So from there, we then met with some of our banking partners and asked them, one of our partners, Kelly Huff, who's very close to us, as well as September Hargrove, who Mr. Block is familiar with. She is the Vice President of Global Philanthropy for Chase Bank. We had a conversation with them about, what does a prepared student or prepared adult look like from the financial sense? And they said, these are things that we wish that students coming into the financial world knew about finances and financial literacy. And so we began to take those pieces. And then we started talking to some of our other kind of partners, our Community Business Advisory Council. We sat down with parents and had a dinner with them and said, what do you need from your kids? And so from there, we begin to kind of get this, what I call a bucket of characteristics and things that our students needed. Then we met with our administrators and said, so if we looked at, what success from elementary to middle school look like, from middle school to high school, from high school to life, what are those things? And our administrators did a wonderful job in June at their retreat of beginning to marked that out, which ultimately led us to this, a portrait of a GCC graduate. Really what I would like to call something that really draws everything that we're doing together. I kind of have been saying it's our contract with our kids to say, when you leave here, you're going to be academically ready. You're going to be workforce and college ready. You're going to be life ready. You're going to be reflective citizens, productive citizens, and global citizens. And these were all kind of the characteristics and words that everyone said. If you take a student who's gone through all of Gateway's programs and they walk out the door with this, they're going to be successful in higher ed. They're going to be successful in the workplace. They're going to be successful in the job market. They're going to be fiscally strong. This is what we are rallying our work around, is to prepare our students so that they're ready to be contributors in our community, in our region. The portrait of a graduate has kind of been the work that you'll see here in a few minutes that we've used as the centerpiece of our blueprint. It's the work that we're doing across all of our schools. It's the work that we're doing within our central office. And it's kind of the framework for everything that we're doing moving forward. The piece that I've been kind of sharing this is the accountability. So this summer I was vacationing, and this young man, you actually saw him in the pod on the HLA side. Marcel sent me this email that I read just about every day. I don't read as much as I should, but I just about try to. And it was at the end where he was telling me, hey, just want to touch bases. I'm getting into college, working on being a paraeducator. And then he holds me accountable. He says, I was wondering if it's time for me to stop. I was wondering about the progress on the last chart that we were looking at regarding the new life learning opportunities for GCC students. He was one of the students that gave us a lot of input about what students need. And then, this is when it was all blank and we were still trying to figure this thing out. And then we come down here to Angie's student who just, was that last week?
Yeah.
I think this kid was curious about, what is this? It's something that our students are embracing, our staff is embracing, and our community is embracing. As an organization, we've always struggled with what defines Gateway Community Charters. We do multiple things, multiple options, but what defines us? This is something that everyone has kind of embraced to say, no matter if I go to SAVA, CCCS, HLA, Futures, I know that a kid who leaves your programs will have these characteristics and will be ready. And so we're kind of creating an organizational identity that defines us. So just want to cover a few changes that's kind of happening in our central office. You approved 2 professional learning coaches. The 2 individuals that we hired into that was Adrian Peer, who was formerly a instructional coach at Gateway International School, GIS, and a IB, coordinator, thank you. And then Kimberly Hefferon she's from the outside, but.
Yeah, so she just came to us from Yuba City, but before that, she was with KIPP Charters. And she was an instructional coach in both of those organizations and has both a elementary and secondary background. So very excited to have them on board. And I'll talk a little bit more about them soon.
Perfect. And then you'll hear a little bit more about this individual. She's no stranger to us, but Nicole Strobel is our new special education coordinator working with Dr. Crawford. And he'll share more during his presentation. And then Ashley Madden is our director of college and career readiness. More, you want to talk about real quick what she'll be doing for us?
Yeah, so as Jason mentioned earlier, she's really heading up our dual enrollment program to get things going this year. That's a quick start with the local community colleges. So that's been her primary focus the first couple of weeks on the job. Once that gets up and rolling, she'll look to be working with all of our high schools and middle schools on developing, enhancing, increasing CTE pathways all the way down to that 6th grade level. So we're excited for her work in that area.
And then in terms of our administrators, we have obviously with Nicole moving to the central office, we have 2 new vice principals at COA Elementary School. Joy, you want to share with us who those 2 are?
So Michelle Meza and Roman are both internal candidates from COA. Michelle served as the instructional coach for ELD, and Roman was also the instructional coach for the lower grades.
Okay. And then we have a new campus principal at Sava Sims, Nina Lorenzi, and you want to share, I guess that's really
Yeah.
about
so-
Nina.
Yeah, so Nina actually was a instructional coach for a short period of time. I believe this year, most of my instructional coaches are new, which is super great because all of them have moved up into administrative roles. And so she is the campus principal at SIM.
Perfect. And then Joy, finally, Mr. Coy, the GIS two VIPs, VPs.
Yeah.
They're VIPs. They are.
So we have Crystal Bodo, not to be confused with Crystal Huda here at Futures. And she was previously the middle school ELA teacher for GIS. She and Miss Paul, the other vice principal, have been with GCC both for more than 15 years.
Mm.
And Miss Paul was previously the instructional coach and PYP coordinator for GIS. She moved back to the classroom and now she's moving back into administration.
Sure is nice to see homegrown people.
Yes,
I keep saying that over and over.
You took my punchline.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no,
It's true.
but that's exactly what we want to, hopefully you see is that we are and we continue to invest and build our own. So just real fast, a little bit about the politics of charter schools. I won't spend a lot of time on this because you'll have some time later with Director Terekov, but really the shift in political landscape in California continues to shift for charter schools. For the first time in a long time, we continue to have not a charter-friendly legislator. Charter renewal was extended by 1 year in this last trailer bill. The future of non-classroom based schools still remains uncertain. The moratorium was extended by another year. And at the same time, the governor has directed FCMAT to do an extensive study on basically non-classroom based schools. State Board of Education and the Napa County Office of Ed case, it really dealt with the appeals before. We've always been able to, if the district denies us, we could go to the county on appeal. If the county denied us, we could go to the State Board of Education. Well, 1505 really kind of shrunk that down and said that the state board could only look at certain things. A charter went before the state board that was denied by Napa County Office of Ed. The state board did grant the charter, and then Napa sued. Napa won their case. It was actually the opinion was written by a judge here in Sacramento that said that the state board can only look at areas of basically something was wrong with the process. They can't have a fresh look at a charter. And so therefore, they're more of an appellate body to look at if something was done wrong, not as an authorizing body. So that really changes for us because it means we don't have 3 bites at the apple anymore. We have 2. Either we get it at the local level or a county office because the state board is not an option. Then a lot of things around labor code ruling impacting classified staff, and we'll continue to share more as that unfolds with the board. We're seeing increased unionization of charter schools, not only in California, but across the nation. And well, on the California books, I'll leave it at that. In terms of the shift in political landscape nationally, school choice debate, vouchers is a very big conversation. Obviously, affirmative action was in the courts recently, as well as student loan forgiveness. All those things do have an impact. And then also on the national level, books. And then finally, in terms of our local landscape, the Sacramento mayoral race is one that we're very curious about in city council. And the reason why we're very curious about those is because that impacts our planning, that impacts the work that we do with city plan department, plan development. You would be surprised the number of times we're taking projects through that process. And so really it helps us to have friends in those places. Obviously our school boards, and finally on the local level, books. So again, we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Looking ahead, we really want to continue our work to be committed to excellence and results, measure the important things, not just doing stuff for the sake of doing it, but really being intentional, building a culture around our core value of service, developing our leaders to develop people, focus on employee engagement as well as retention. We want to continue to be accountable, align behaviors with goals and values, We want to communicate at all levels, and we want to recognize and reward success. That's what we want to do as we move ahead. Our priorities for this year really has landed in these 6 kind of areas of learning, leadership, equity, well-being, opportunities, and engagement. And you'll see that we'll be working intentionally to draw and be transparent about the fact that we're meeting our priorities as we move into this year around learning, leadership, equity, well-being, opportunities, and engagement. And again, we will share more about that and you'll see it in our blueprint. We continue our work around the full work around coherence, and really understand that coherence is not a thing, it's just how we do the work. And so moving away from that language of feeling like it's this big thing that we have to, it's really the work and how we do it. And really looking about more, it's all about learning and moving to this learning cycles. And I know you'll hear more from our team throughout the year around this work of what we're doing to support our sites and support our schools to really have a focus on learning. Our key strategies for learning is really looking at an integrated approach so that these are not all singular one-off things, but our MTSS, our RTI, our ELD, behavior and culture, SEL, DEI, everything is completely integrated. Using data to inform our decisions, having a lens of equity when we look at our student data, having a lens of saying, you know, what's happening in this student from a behavior standpoint that's impacting academics. Everything this year, we're really looking to have more of an integrated approach and really driving a lot of our work around MTSS and RTI. Some other changes, just to kind of close out some of this time, is CCCS CTE space. And again, a number of these you'll kind of get, I think, during the facilities. COA CalFit CTE space at COA Middle School, North Market, our virtual academy in the central office, as well as at Epic, really expanding into the downstairs area for our pipeline program, and then other projects, again, that will be covered during that time. I want to spend just a few quick minutes and walk you through our blueprint, which you will see on the cover of your binder. Let me just say, oh, you already did, Melissa? Thank you. Let me just say that the blueprint, and you know, it looks very different than in years past, and I have to give a huge affirmation and round of applause for the design, the layout, the work of our blueprint, and what I think is a much more community-friendly document to Julia Jimenez Yamamoto and Lydia J. So I just want to just publicly affirm them for their work on this document to really, I think, get our message out more. So good job, Julia. So this year, in terms of our blueprint, some of the aspects of it are the same. We have the superintendent's message. We have, again, there's all your pictures. I think they're gonna either keep them or be updated, but these are your pictures, as well as our mission vision, our core values. This is the first time in a long time we've changed the layout of how the core values look. I really this year like that we use a lot more faces of our students. And so it's very clear, less wordy, and a lot more of them. And then we really have built our blueprint around the portrait of a GCC graduate. It's again, what our business community is, what our community is, what our community partners, it's what higher ed, it's what everyone understands. It's a kind of a unifying, and you know, one of the feedback pieces about previous blueprints is that it was very targeted, or very, I guess it would be said, more for educators to read, but not for the community to engage with. This document really is about pulling our community into the work that we're doing. Being very transparent about our portrait of a graduate within the document. Our goals for this year around student achievement, parent and caregiver, and community investment, curriculum, school culture, college and career readiness, highest quality staff, fiscal and operational efficiency and sustainability, and then our governance and leadership. The goals that we really are looking to continue to push the organization forward. And again, I want to express this is in draft, so you're receiving this today. we won't adopt it into your next meeting. This one is just our priorities that I already covered, but these are the more fancy words. I gave you the quick words a few minutes ago, but these are the 6 priorities that we're building our work around in the GCC. Our current year opportunities this year really focusing on the teacher and staff shortages, continue to look at, post-COVID, our parent engagement and outreach and how we are pulling our parents in. As you will see in the document, again, transparently, we're showing how each of our current year opportunities tie back to our priorities. So that again, it's not just something that we're doing, it's a part of who we are. Community schools continues to be a major factor of ours. One of the things that I'm beginning to see across our entire region is the number of school districts that have done community school grants and are beginning to implement this concept. And so we are one of few charter schools across the state that has one of these planning grants. And so we're continuing to build that as a current year opportunity. We want to continue to deepen our instructional practices across the entire GCC, as well as our school safety and well-being. That includes not only safety of our learning environment, but mental health and ensuring that our students have the things that they need. And then our immigration and support for all students is again a current year opportunity that we feel is important. One of the things that as we move into our dreams and aspirations, we continue to look at what does preschool, early childhood learning look like? How do we continue to engage our GCC alumni? We continue to have an interest in the aviation and aerospace pathway, as well as a performing arts program. I feel like a few years ago that has slipped off, and Director Anderson and President Campbell reinvigorated that and said, hey, put that back on there, and appreciate that feedback so that we continue to keep that as a priority. Our mobile medical clinic continues, and then we continue to look at new classroom-based CTE options, as well as an international baccalaureate high school for our 3 IBKs. And then on the back end is kind of a page for all of our schools with the handy-dandy QR code that leads them where, Julia? Okay, so the QR code leads you to the website. But again, mission, vision for each of the school's leadership. I'm just highly impressed with the work that they did to make this really engaging. Yeah. And that's the back of it.
It really does look good.
Yes. Oh my, that's not it. And with that being said, that's my report. So any questions? Yes, sir.
I'm this is just impressive. You and your staff in the last few months have just obviously been pumping. I love this. This is really a wonderful document, and the visualization is so much improved. I looked at that mural in the beginning. I thought, well, maybe it was an ad for lipstick, but then I realized it was a mural painted by one of our students. And I thought maybe we were selling ads of this, but it is really, really well done. A great marketing tool. So anyway, take back your staff. And I know I won't do it today, but there's endless discussion about some of the concepts in here, and your concept on what we're really focusing on and with the community, and that list of the colored bars that we look at. And I'm glad learning was probably at the very top, but the others were there too. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I just love this picture. This is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yes, this is very well done.
And again, I
It's
cannot.
easy to read, and it's just the pictures of the students, just wonderful.
I think this part about the portrait of a GCC graduate is really encapsulates everything that we're about. And I look at this as a shared vision. You started with students, you talked to parents, you talked to teachers, you talk to administrators, you talk to people outside of the community. So I think this is really a great improvement to telling our story.
Thank you. And I will say, you also had feedback in it. There was some sticky notes, if you may remember from your mid-year retreat, that you also shared characteristics. So it definitely was a shared. Yes, sir.
One of the things I want to talk about is, I'm working on a project where I have in the church, have a senior to adopt a student. And they would go and call that student at least once a week. And that's only 52 times a year. And that they can communicate with those kids. Because I had a program years ago called Adopt a Senior, where I had the students go out, but things has changed now and went the other direction. So we need to get these seniors to adopt a student. So I'm working at my church first, and then I'm going to go to the church in the community.
Thank you. Well, and Julie and I are working now on a, I guess, a breakfast with our faith-based community leaders in our community to, again, bring them to learn more about who the GCC is and what we do. So definitely we'll keep you updated on that.
That'll work.
Any other questions? Okay, before I move from this space, I do have to again publicly say thank you to Julia. She has been the inspiration and the vision behind the work of the blueprint. So both Julia and Lydia have put in countless hours, weekends.
It's a lot of fun, she said.
Yeah, I quietly, stalked and was like, oh my goodness, you're working on a Sunday, I'm sorry. But they did phenomenal work. And I think it really is encapsulated in this document. So thank you so much. We'll take just a quick break, or would you like to, Madam President, continue to move to our next big chunk, which is our fiscal outlook?
Let's move on.
Okay, so with that being said, I am going to, you got it. I am going to bring up our CBO, no problem, Omaya Reyna, who's going to lead us through kind of our fiscal outlook for each of our schools. So, Omaya, yeah.
So, they put us early on, so we stay focused on these numbers. So good morning, board president and board trustees. I'm going to go over some of the enrollment, multi-year. So let's get started. So today's agenda, we'll go over changes from our adopted budget to what became our enacted budget in July. We'll go over what's the status of our one-time funding currently, our enrollment trends over time, our ADA projections and over time, and our multi-year projections. And then at the end, we'll kind of go over our summary and then just looking ahead to see what's next. Some of the changes from our adopted budget to our enacted budget was our lottery numbers increased slightly from 170 and 67 to 177 and 72. The difference in the two is one's unrestricted lottery and the other one's restricted lottery. Our state deficit was 31.5 in May, 31.7 at enacted billion. And as of August 2023, it's 30.5 billion. So our deficit is actually it's 32.5. So it's higher. That's a typo. So it's 32.5. So it's higher than in May and July. Personal income tax has delayed to October 2023. So this is also contributing to the state deficit. But our economy is still showing resiliency. So we have 2% increase, or it has grown to 2%. At May, it was only 1.3% increase in the economy. The inflation has dropped to 3% from 4.9 in May. Wall Street continues to recover, and our unemployment has kind of maintained flat at 4.5%. We continue to see crises in the commercial and housing. For commercial, we're seeing a lot of vacant properties. So a lot of people businesses going out of business. And then our housing market is still struggling with high interest rates. Prop 98, although we see all these contributing factors to our state budget, we have an increase of 1.5 billion compared to May revised. And that has a lot to do with our Prop 98 test, has to do with our enrollment and student population, right? And also things that are affecting our economy, and what UCLA believes is a deciding factor is whatever the feds decide to do with relative to inflation. So what's going to happen with that piece will really play a role in what's going to happen in the future. This is a good slide that school services presented in July, where we're seeing this these compensation pressures, right? As we have increased demands for goods and services, it's creating inflation and in turn creating pressure to increase compensation, and then there's wages increase. So it's this little vicious cycle, and we've kind of been experiencing that. That's why we gave significant raises this last year, because we're trying to stay competitive with our districts. So we are dealing with this too. This is another slide that was on school services, just some risks to the budget. As I will go over in a couple of slides, there was a way to try to balance the budget. And a lot of our fears of, well, there's potential going to be a dip into or withdrawal to the rainy day fund, or there's going to be deferrals, or other type of cuts to program that has not been included in the enacted budget, which is risky, right? So how, if the money continues to decline, how are we going to budget, and stay in balance, right? So like I said, test 1 was triggered. So there's 3 tests that Prop 98 potentially fallen. We've been in test 1 in the past 2 years. So that looks at your 1988-89 times all the COLAs through the years. And that's kind of where we've been. So if we look at the comparatives, we can see that test 1 is significantly more than the other 2 tests. And that's where we fall. We're always going to fall to whichever gives us the most funds, right? So this was a good slide just to kind of see the comparisons between the 3 tests. Some of the programs that are receiving, most of the state categorical programs are receiving COLA of the 8.22. Some of the ones that are here that are that GCC receives is a charter school facility grant program, mandated block grant, special education, child nutrition. So we're impacted by all those components. So this slide is the reduction in how the governor was going to balance our budget. So in governor's budget, that was in January. So at that point, our deficit was not as large. So his proposal was to cut 1.2 million of the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant. When May came around, the deficit had gotten larger. And so his proposal was to cut the 2 block grants, 1.8 billion and 2.5 billion for the arts and the learning recovery block grants. Legislation said, no, that's too much. We only want to cut 200 million for the arts, 494 million for learning recovery. And then we'll look at these other programs. So they looked at the school bus replacement grants and Golden State Pathway programs. We said we want to make some cuts there. At the end of the day, what happened, what's in orange is the enacted budget. So for the arts, at the end of the day, was what the legislator recommended, which was the 200 million reduction. For learning recovery emergency block grant, there was a 1.1 billion reduction, which is kind of in between legislation and governor's proposal. but they're intending to restore over the next 3 years. So if you see the cartoon up at the top corner, it says it's not a pay cut, but the intention is to pay you later, and then he has his fingers crossed, right? So we'll see if we see that money. We're gonna continue to budget without it to ensure that we stay solvent in case they decide to cut that. School bus, we don't participate in the other two, so those don't affect us, but just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on with these two block grants, so. Some new programs and more information has come out on these programs. They've been mentioned before, but this has a little bit more detail. So Prop 28 Arts and Music, that was all up in the air because of all the cuts that were happening. But it's still in effect, will be subject to annual audit effective this year, 23-24. It's intended to be supplemental and not to supplant existing funds. 80% of it has to be spent on staffing. No more than 1% can be spent on admin. We have to create a plan for this, and we have 3 years to expend this. It's also one-time funds. The opioid reversal medication, this will be distributed to the COEs, the county offices of education, and it will be distributed. First priority is middle school and high school kids to have at least 2 of the medication, 2 units of medication per site. Elementaries will be dispersed based on availability of the meds. LEAs need to ensure at least 2 staff members per school site meet minimum training standards for administrating this medication. So we weren't sure if we're going to get these funds directly, but it's come out that it's going to be managed by the county offices and then distributed out to the sites. So this, did I skip?
Yeah, that's good.
These are other programs that have had some changes. So school facility program for TK and full day kindergartner, that was delayed 550 million over to 24-25. So these are some of the ways most likely the state has tried to balance. And then school facility program investment, that was reduced by 100 million, so reduced to 2 billion from original 2.1 billion. And then they're intenting, and it was in quotes, to appropriate 875 million into the 24-25. So we'll see if that happens. Universal meals must provide 2 free meals to students per school day. So that started last year, but I just wanted to let you guys know that we're following that.
And that's for all students, isn't that right? Or
All students.
all students, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go to one-time funding because this Excel sheet is a little big. Melissa, can you click on it? Uh-oh, that's not good.
Sure.
Give me just a second, I'll work it out.
Okay, you could. I think it's
That's it.
open on my laptop, the actual Excel.
That is a slide. That's
GCC
next in our book.
Gateway.
Oh, you're
No.
Yeah.
That's where you wanna.
Earplugs.
The whole public.
Everyone.
Yes.
I can change it.
Next.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Maureen, for helping me with that. I opened it on my computer and it opened, so I was like, it's gonna work.
There we go.
All right, so this very first slide has your sites on this end. And I think we had a similar format before. And this is, can you open the 22-23 first? No, the 22-23.
That's the one I was in.
Oh, sorry. This is what was spent in 22-23 of one-time funds. So just want to give you the magnitude of how much one-time money we've received and how much we've been investing this year. So if you scroll all the way to the end, because you can't see it, you can see we've spent 12.7,
Wow.
right? 12.7 million,
Wow.
right? This 22-23 year. We still have funds because we have not started utilizing the arts. We used very little of the arts and music, which is this one right here. We've only spent a little bit, and then we've spent only 175 of the learning recovery emergency block grant. So we've kind of been storing those since we have more time to spend those, right?
How long do we have on Myra to spend money?
So like 2028, but you'll see in a little bit. So go to the 22, 23, 24. So this is what's carrying over into 23, 24. And if you scroll down, no, not down, to the right,
Yeah, let's see what,
we only have 17.8. So we have enough money for this particular year. Again, a lot of the different resources, as you can see, it's dwindling, and some of them are very restricted to very specific things, right? So we probably have money for another year and a half, and then we've depleted, right? Which means that we have to start looking at prioritizing our expenditures. What were our expenditures back before COVID?
Right.
And, you know, with inflation, with consumer price index increases, getting those expenditures back to original trends, right? And so working with staff this year, potentially working with vacancies and saving those positions via attrition could be a way for us to mitigate some of this. But we've started this conversation since last year. We'll continue to have those conversations this year. This year, obviously, the closer it gets, the more urgent this becomes, right? So just wanted to give you an illustration of what's going on. Okay, thank you, Melissa. So here is your enrollment over time. Sorry, the bottom of this got cut off, but you can see that we've been increasing every year. And I want to say, so the 74 was at adopted. We're currently, I always need it podium. We're at 55.27 as the first week of school. So we are now back to our 22-23 numbers. So we are at least flat. We always project enrollment conservatively at the beginning of the year. So we're seeing that uptrend again back into our numbers that we had before. Okay. Give you a couple minutes to look at that.
Can we move the
Okay. And then you can see that there's 100 increase into 24-25. That is due to Dudley C opening, which is the CalFet building. So we're anticipating that we'll have an increase in enrollment. Yeah. This is your ADA over time. We only have less years here just so you can kind of see what the trend's been, what your percentage of attendance has been. So of course, in 21-22, we had a little bit of a struggle, 92%, which is okay. But you can see that for 22-23, we've increased our attendance to 94.61. So more kids in seats, more money for, you know, to be able to instruct supplies and staffing. Okay. I'll go ahead and press it. So I'm going to start talking about the multi-year. Oh, you closed me. So our multi-year, and we're going to start seeing kind of what's going to start playing out in the one-time funding drops. And I think last retreat we kind of went over some of those things. So as you can see for your, and I've split unrestricted and restricted, so you can kind of see the difference. You can see that there's a drop of funding and expenditures in the restricted side. And then, of course, we've tried to mitigate some of it with your unrestricted budget, but again, there's going to be cuts here. Virtual Academy continues to increase with their enrollment. At adopted, they were at 606. They're currently at 669. So that's really good. There was an expansion that's been wrapped up for CTE at this particular campus or site. Okay. For the Savas, they're still kind of low compared to where we are at adopted, but they usually transition up throughout the year. So we anticipate that that's going to meet what we had budgeted at adopted or even exceed that. We have middle school CTA space completed this past year. And then sites continue to maximize CTA grant dollars. So a lot of this is a little bit different because we have CTE embedded in these. Did we go? Oh, wait, pass.
Want to go backwards?
Okay, thank you. So we're going back to the North Market campus. So no, that one has a new lease expansion. We have some facility issues currently at that location, at the original location, and then heavy marketing to target more students in the area. So really trying to expand that particular campus. And we can see that we have about $70,000 in increases in revenue for unrestricted, but in cuts, you can see that that's a significant drop of 1.2 million at the bottom. This really is impacted also by the CTE program, so it looks larger than it will really be because we'll apply again for CTE grants, and that's usually an ongoing fund, but we can't budget it until we have been awarded those funds. So that's what you'll see with the Savas. It's a little bit less impactful. You just kind of have to keep that in mind that we have CTE dollars that kind of offset the restricted side. We just went over Sac City, same thing. We've increased by a little bit on the unrestricted, about $1 million in expenditures. And then down at the bottom, you can see that we have a deficit of 1.7. Again, CTE's embedded in there. For Elk Grove, we have a little bit of an increase on the revenue, and a lot of these enrollments were flat for the exception of COA. So the increases are your COLA, right, that they're anticipating right now. It's about 3%, 3.5, close to that. And you can see there's a huge drop in the restricted side, not enough for the unrestricted to cover. So there's a little bit more happening in the Savas. You have to take the CTE into account, but there is still some cuts that will need to happen in order to stay solid and stay within their operating budget. For COA, we have included in 23-24 a $4 million budget for capital improvements, which is the Dudley C building. We have 2 out years projecting an increase of 100 students. That is to reflect the what we're putting into this building. And we have ELOT funds that will cover some of those improvements. Not all we have to really coordinate it to after school, the spaces where these kids will be after school, and be able to maybe multi-fund some of these capital improvements at the Dudley C campus. This one also has a little bit of a skew because you have 100 more students in the out years. You also have, you know, in the first year, you see that it's a deficit, right? Your revenue does not cover all your expenses. That's because you have that $4 million in there capital improvements, right? So that you know, the majority of it is being paid out of current year budget dollars. The 834 will come from reserve. Okay. The decreases, revenue minus expense, a lot of this in the fund balance net assets of 1.5 is ELOC funds. So this is one of the sites that gets, and we'll, Joy will talk more about this in regards to what's happening with ELOC and the amount of carryover we have. So we have a lot of carryover. COA is one of the bigger campuses with the most students, and therefore have a lot more carryover in this category. Okay. For HLA, there's plans to possibly expand for expansion. There was a little bit of conversation earlier about possible, there's renovation, there's gonna be new housing in the area. So we're looking to see what are our possibilities with that coming into play. And then again, looking at what could be incorporated with the ELOT funds with so much carryover, what could we do to kind of mitigate one, spending those dollars to be able to support those students in terms of maybe having a bathroom out or improving the field. Those are things that the after school program utilizes, right? And again, we're seeing the same trend, right? A little bit of an increase due to COLA. This is a flat enrollment school projection, and you see that there's about $1 million cut, a little bit less than $1 million, but you can see that there's a significant drop in the out years. This is Futures High. So Futures has been relatively good with spending. So you see in your current year, you have 1.3 million, which means that in their unrestricted side of the house, they're underspending, right? But with the cuts that are going to be coming down for 24-25, we'll mitigate some of that with the unrestricted budget. So this has helped them, right, to kind of be in this place because they're still, even after that, still positive after the following 2 years. Okay, GIS. We have a cut of about 1.2 million over on the restricted side from 23-24 to 24-25, and then an increase of only 200,000 in 23-24 to 24-25. So some of this is mitigated here in the expenses, but not all of it will be able to be absorbed. Yeah. There is portable and field renovation plans currently with a modernization grant that we're working with San Juan Unified to try to get through. And then also ELOT funds, we're looking to try to use some of those funds for potentially the field renovation, things that the after school program will be utilizing. This is, we're now on to Epic. There was an installation sink in the art room and bathroom outside play area that hasn't happened yet, but that is the plan. The bathroom outside in the play area, ELOT funds will be partially involved in paying for that. And then looking at the MYP, you can see again, same type of trend. There's a drop of about 400,000 in the restricted side. And then you can see that kind of jump up in the expenses for 24-25. Okay. And in summary, just looking ahead on what's going on, I'm just going to continue to monitor what is happening with the state revenue, looking at how the big three taxes are going to impact our state budget, continue to look at cash flow to ensure, you know, that there's no deferrals and how does that play out with us. Some of the potential triggers. So come January, I have a feeling we'll have more information on how the state's going to mitigate anything if there's still some issues with the state deficit. So potentially the state might decide to take out money from the reserves from the rainy day fund. There could be additional planned investments, right? Like we've seen in current year, they've kind of pulled back on some of the investments that they said that they were going to offer. So that could be something, that happens, so I'll continue to observe that. Potential deferrals, right? We've seen that in the past when we've had recessions. And then also fine tuning our MYP to our schools services start board, and also looking at scenarios without COLA. What's gonna happen if they decide to give us zero COLA? Right, so that's happened back in a while back when we had the recession, and then reviewing one-time expenditures and how it impacts the MYP. We just kind of had a little synopsis on that. But continually to look at that, and then staffing adjustment, ensure position control and budget align and are maintained. So that is very important when looking at a budget, is making sure that our position control and our budget are synced. And so those are some of the things that we're going to continue to monitor and look forward. So I think that's it. I'll entertain any questions.
Board members?
As always, stellar job of trying to manage this beast. This is
It's
incredible.
Yeah.
What a challenge.
Challenging time.
Gosh.
Yes.
Really is.
My goodness.
The, your presentation on the one-time money was very well put. I think the leadership in the GCC you're really going to earn your money when you're able to work with staff to reduce the funding, because the one-time money is going away. That's going to be, you remember Jesse Unruh's famous statement about money, and money is one of those things that it drives the system, and that's going for us, that's such a big sum. That's going to be very difficult for some of the schools to say we have to live within the budget that we had prior to the one-time money. Back to your presentation on the futures for the various schools. Higher Learning Academy, if they are going to build 200 new homes here, it might be worth a discussion to plan for the new expansion on facilities to go along with them, so that we're not reacting, but we're proactive. I don't know. That's certainly something to look at, and maybe take a look at if it prices out, and if we kind of gamble a little bit that the students will show up, we won't be just trying to catch up and crowding the rooms, because I think the reality is there will be students over there and they will want to come here.
They're not gonna be 55 over.
No. I don't think so here.
What
Not
kind
here.
Yeah,
of design they have over there.
it isn't an elder community, I assume.
No, it's not. The
Senior
the
community.
city plan is for a single family home.
Oh, single family homes, okay.
And in relation to that, a question, when builders get permits and so forth, the school, they have to pay for the impact in the school district.
Right.
I assume that money went that funding will go to Twin Rivers.
Yeah, so the developer fees will go to Twin Rivers and Rogula.
Okay. And that's certainly worth a discussion somewhere, but I'm not pursuing it. And the other thing is, on Epic, how do you feel about you're pretty optimistic on Epic? And you feel comfortable with the numbers you gave us on the enrollment and so forth for Epic?
Yes, I think they're actually increasing, and
Okay.
he's Dr. Kosh has been actively advertising since last year, very involved with the community. And he has since last year pulled more students in.
Okay.
So it's doing well in terms of enrollment.
Is there growth
Yeah,
going
that-
on in that community as far as housing, or is that pretty much?
Epic is one of those unique, I've kind of, it's just in an interesting area as far as
Yeah.
growth is concerned and attracting students. And we've had some issues in the past.
Mhm.
And I'm pleased with the growth that we had. I know part of that is part of the refugee population and so forth, but
And then just to give you an idea, it was at 374 for adopted. We are at 391 for.
okay.
Good.
And Dr. Kosh told me that he's really working hard, getting out and getting information, yeah.
Anyway, wonderful. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just a lot of work again to your staff. tell them thank you. It's just a lot of work. And as I shared with you, now get a new year and a new cycle. I'm going through all of the budget stuff. So
Yes. Any other questions?
Your
Yes.
inflation, you had 4%. I thought it was around 7% inflation.
It's
Is
gone
that
down.
just-
It's gone down. It's gone from, I think it was like a 6.9, close to 7, and it's been dropping. So it's currently at 3%.
In California, I
Yes.
see everything going up. Price of gas over $5. They putting that out there, but I'm just looking at California, the state.
That's a national number.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a better part of $100
Right.
bill to fill up your car. So
Yeah.
California's exempt from that number.
Thank you, Omira, and again, Omira is here all day and answer any other questions that come up with other presentations. Okay, I would like to invite Mr. Elliott and campus principal Angie Praxayawan-Briones.
Yeah.
Briones,
You got the other one.
I got the Praxayawan.
Yes. All my life.
Who's going to come and just kind of share an update about our who?
Oh, Crystal, I'll do the intro and then.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. And Crystal, all right.
So we
This is
had,
called an audible. Where?
okay, well, good morning, board.
Good
We
morning.
had a fabulous retreat with the administrators, their first week back on campus this year. We dove in for about 2.5 days, learning with each other, connecting with each other, building out superintendent samples, new vision for this school year. It was a fabulous retreat with about 35 administrators. And this morning, we've got 2 of our campus principals to come forward and share about their experience. So Angie, we'll start with you. Come on up.
Can we go together?
You can go together. That's
Absolutely.
Crystal and Angie.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
I'm, just in case you don't know who I am Angie Praxayawan-Briones. I'm the campus principal at CCC's TKA campus.
And I'm Crystal Buddha, not to be confused with Crystal Budo, but we're both vice principals. Yeah. So I'm here, for me, I'm here at Futures.
Okay, sounds good. This retreat was very exciting because it was leaving Sacramento, which was really a big plus, but really bringing out the community and what makes Gateway Community Charters. This is my 11th year in our organization, and I think a lot of us speaks to the fact that we've never really felt the sense of connectedness that we've had really in the last year and a half, I would think. All this while we were getting together to really be aligned with the vision and what we are really wanting to have, that overall goal of what we want for our community. For me, the biggest impact was the team building, even though we had a chance to go around and be out and looking at the beautiful scenery, really what I noticed is that the way we branched out to connect with each other, whether it was on the trails or just having a meal with each other, and just really getting to know who we are as human beings. That's really what stuck out for me in this whole retreat.
I agree. I got to know Omira. I got to know new administrators. I got to spend more time with the administrators that are here on site as well. I got to know a different side of people as well, the campfire experiences. Okay, I'll say no more. But it was really great to connect with people in a different way, and especially as a CKH organization. I appreciate that we were able to start the year right, making those connections. And their connections, but they're connections with a purpose. So I appreciate that Angie and I were able to connect. And this morning, actually, our new social worker for Futures was over connecting with her social worker. And collaborating and mentoring. And so we were able to make these connections that will help us be better in this coming school year.
And what's really amazing is that while we are 9 different LEAs, we realize that when we are together and we cross
we basically connect all of our resources. We might be considered separate schools, but we are one organization. And for us to be able to tap into the resources or the expertise of other individuals on the different campuses, that's what allows us to really be connected, but also the power in numbers and the expertise in numbers, because at the end of the day, no matter which campus, they are all GCC scholars. They are all future GCC graduates. And for us to be able to work together to build that community within our own organization allows us to then impact our students organization-wide. So we were just privileged to be able to have voice, to have that location, but also the way that the GCC cabinet really planned that event for us to be strategic in what we want our focus to be, but also giving us opportunities to just get to know each other, allowed us to really have a strong start to the next school year. So we just thank the GCC cabinet for really, and Melissa, really putting in all that hard work for us to have a really memorable event.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of quick thoughts on the different learning opportunities that we were able to have. We had great sessions on the functions of behavior, the portrait of a graduate, and a lot of different logistical things for the school year, in addition to setting our school goals. And what a great place to set school goals in a place of inspiration like Tahoe. And also, I really appreciated one of the videos we got to see about high school dropouts and the impact that dropping out of high school has on lifetime outcomes with incarceration and poverty and so many different facets of life. And so not only was it an inspirational physical place to be, it was inspirational content, and it was inspirational to be around all of the administrators that are part of GCC. So I want to mirror what Angie was saying to thank the cabinet and thank the board for helping to make this possible.
Yeah. Do you have any questions? We also learned that we have a lot of very competitive people.
Yeah.
Oh, competition.
That's good. Have you established more, I heard you say more relationships with your peers at other schools and sharing? I think that's a really important part of this, because we're all walking around with this fountainhead of information and experiences, and collectively that's what makes the organization strong, is sharing those strengths with others. And so you felt that you kindled that or rekindled that or started new relationships.
Yeah, no pun intended with the campfire, but that collective efficacy, it's like we notice even more now where we're exchanging numbers. So in order to do this work but also sustain the work that we do need that. I just need to text you real quick, or have you had this, and so when we are able to have that network for support, in addition to all the really hardships that we endure every single day, we need to have that strong foundation for us as administrators in order for us to really thrive, because it is draining, to do the work and to do the work well with impact. So absolutely.
Great. I just want to thank you. And I was really impressed. You've already learned you've developed a strong relation with this CBO. And the CBO is a very important person to know and be on a good relationship.
Absolutely, because for her presentation, I noticed that we need to use some funds for visual and performing arts. And GCC is putting together Beauty and the Beast this December, the musical. We would like to invite the board. So I'm just putting it out there, right?
And you always getting your little bit in, aren't you?
So you teach drama?
So our instructional coach, she does have a degree in visual and performing arts. And one of the things that we were really wanting to do was bring visual and performing arts back to our schools. And so at TK8, we are putting on Beauty and the Beast, the musical, junior edition. So it'll just be an hour, not 3 hours. And so we are working really hard. Dr. Gold highly suggested we put it on at the theater. And so we're working on that. So
well, I taught drama in the Grand District, so I have a love for that. So good luck. That's great.
Oh, yes, we can't wait to invite everyone, but we are right now with the scholars, so we're very excited for that. So.
And on behalf of the board, we really want to thank you for your report and see good things that are happening, even just the collaboration with you guys. So
we're very excited.
We're very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I just did a check-in with the president. We're gonna keep pushing a little bit, so. Next, we're gonna have Mr. Coy come with our first week of school and summer school updating report.
Now, if you guys need to take a break, just okay, you wanna take a 5 minute?
Sure. Do we want to take a 5 minute recess? All
5
right.
minutes, okay.
All right, so.
Give us 5 minutes.
So we'll take a 5 minute recess.
Gotta go from here.
We're now back in session after a quick break, so we are ready for Miss Joy. Summer school and first day of school update.
So good morning again, Board
Good
President,
morning.
Ms. Campbell, board members and Mr. Sample. It's my pleasure to share with you about summer school and our first day of school. My clicker's not working. Thank you. So it was a pleasure for me to oversee summer school. It was my first year to oversee summer school. And GCC served over 1,300 students in summer school this year.
Great,
We definitely provided
that's fantastic.
expanded learning opportunities to increase students this school year. You can see our number of students served by site, with COA serving the most, 483 students in summer school. And close behind them, GIS, 309. But a total over 1,300 students were served in summer school. So this very much aligns to our GCC priority of providing expanded opportunities for our students and learning opportunities. Right, this is the purpose of a summer school for us. For high schools, it's really important that they're providing this opportunity. They have goals to increase their graduation rate. So providing that opportunity for high school is critical so that they have a chance not only to recover credits that they may have missed, but also to advance their path. Right. So our high school students total earned over 2,500 credits just during summer school. That's really incredible for them. And you can see down here, solid students earned almost 1,800 credits alone, serving their students. And that was a variety of some in-person support and independent study support for them. CCCS Robertson Center definitely offered more in-person support, basically even more than 7 weeks. I think they offered 8 weeks of in-person support at Robertson Center. It actually functioned the longest, CCCS Robertson Center. SAVA had 3 students participate in a paid internship over the summer, and all 3 of those students were offered jobs after summer. And this was through the North State Builders Association. In addition, they have another program. It's not a paid internship, but it is a 12-week institute where 3 SAVA students also were accepted and participated in this program. And 3 of their graduates participated in the North State Home Builders Trade Program. This is exciting because this is extending to the collaboration with this organization to continue more opportunities for our students throughout the school year. For our TK through 8th grade sites, we really do offer summer school as a way to mitigate learning loss, not just your normal learning loss that you find during summer school, but we're still mitigating COVID and the pandemic learning loss, right? And VA actually offered support virtually, even though that we're including them here. So we're trying to measure that learning using a program that we use throughout the school year, and that's iReady, which you've heard about before. You've seen their data of how their students are doing throughout the school year. So we're trying to gather data. How are we using this program during the summer as well? So we strongly encourage our sites to encourage access and provide access to iReady to their students throughout the summer. They have accounts called personalized learning account that is directly taught at their level, lessons at their level. And so our students were able to access this program, whether they came in person on a site for summer school, or if they stayed home for the summer and didn't come to us, they were still able to log into their school iReady account and still do their lessons. And so I actually cannot see that, Miss Melissa. Can you move the bottom? There you go. Thank you. So for our number of lessons passed for iReady, we passed almost 1,700 lessons. And for a student, we would want them to pass 2 to 3 lessons per week. So this is exciting. And these are our sites who faithfully used, students who used it during the summertime. And then for math, it's encouraging, it's not far behind. Our students completed 1,400 lessons on iReady for math this year. So this really was for us to get a baseline of data. It's our first time to ever measure the usage of iReady during the summertime. And once we finish our diagnostic or beginning of year diagnostic for iReady, we'll be able to compare how these students performed on that iReady diagnostic as well. So we, of course, had a goal to level up services for summer. When you provide services to that number of students, you need to consider the whole child. And this was the first year that we were able to contract for a nurse. And we added a summer school coordinator, who was also the liaison between all of the vendors that we partnered with the school sites. And she happened to have a counseling credential, which we used often this year. All right, just because it's summer, kids don't stop having mental health issues.
Right.
Whether they come to us in person or they are at home, she was a very useful person to have present and working to support our students this year. And so just shout out to Gloria Chacon, who is our summer school coordinator today, this year. We also provided a number of field trips to our students and transportation for them, especially at Epic, who partnered with YMCA. They had a field trip every week. That was very exciting. And all of our TK through 8 sites provided a 9-hour day program. So traditionally, you'll think of summer school as a half day. You come at 9 o'clock, you leave at 1 o'clock. That was not true for our TK through 8 seat-based schools. Epic started at 7 and provided a 10-hour a day program. And the rest of the 3 sites, GIS, COA, and HLA, provided 9 hours a day, which means we had to add more staffing, right? So thanking our own GCC employees who gave of their time to support our sites for summer school this year as well. Of course, within that time, we provided summer meals and snacks, partnering with Twin Rivers, and also using some of our own funding to provide snacks. And YMCA actually partnered with Elk Grove to provide lunches for the students at Epic this year. And some of our partners were the YMCA, Mission Oaks Parks and Rec, Arden Manor Parks and Rec. Both of these were at GIS. Futures partnered with Scholars and Athletes. HLA partnered with Edmo, who actually ran their program here on campus. And then COA partnered with Quinta to support their 9-hour a day program. So I'm going to go into our first day of school. So while we are running summer school, we're also doing a lot to get ready for the first day of school for our sites, right? In addition to GCC doing a lot, the sites are doing the same. They're running their summer programs. They're also preparing for the first day of school. So we are excited to provide a higher levels of support for our sites this year. I want to thank the administrators for doing interviews on their time off, right? Because it is still a struggle to staff our schools. And so they were very proactive in scheduling interviews, be it virtual on Zoom or in person, even if they were off campus during that time, and working with HR proactively. So HR did an amazing job this year to process all of those new hires quickly. But also, if a school had a vacant open position with no applicants or someone, they're not able to fill it, HR was very proactive in providing long-term subs or roving subs for the site. So I just want to thank Director Barragon and her team's support. That's really the main focus of getting ready for students on day one. You got to have staffing in place, right? So I want to thank them for that. The GCC team also worked on making sure our sites were ready, the facilities were ready. So thanking Mr. Elliott and Mr. Little for their work to get our sites ready, hours and hours of finishing up summer improvement projects, making sure that timeline is ready for the first day of school, and working with the sites to make sure their processes are smooth for the first day of school and safe. Another thing we did to support are some processes regarding ARIES. So we helped our sites early, starting in the spring, getting their schedules, and we helped them build their schedules in ARIES for them. helping assign students. Not only that, but we built report cards for them. So they will all have professional report cards in areas that they'll be able to print out, and helping train teachers in grade books in areas. So now all of our sites, parents will be able to log into their Aries account and automatically see their grades. This is something that some sites had previously, but now all sites have this for them. So a shout out to Ashley Cow and Sean Dean and Adam Vivea for their work to support their sites at this level. And not forgetting everything that GCC has done to welcome back staff. So we are really excited to see your selfie in the car as you traveled around to the schools to welcome them, you know, just adding that piece of fun and that piece of welcoming the teachers back and you being present really means a lot to the staff. I heard from them that they were very happy to have you come out to the sites the 2 days prior to the first day of school. In addition to that, GCC sent all of the directors in GCC central office. So every school site had a visit from someone from GCC on the first day of school. We're here to support you. If you need me to corral students, supervise an area, put us to work, we're here to support the sites on the first day of school. And these are just some smiling faces from the first day of school. So our CBO, Ms. Raina, talked a little bit about ADA, but I wanted to give you an update about what is the actual enrollment versus what is our expected ADA. So these are actually our budgeted ADA numbers, not last year's enrollment or enrollment from a few years ago. These are actually budgeted ADA numbers versus what is our actual numbers that have shown up the first couple weeks of school. So you see we are over in many places or well on track. Of course, we need to hit that 98% funding category, right? And Savas is the only one who's a little bit under, but we know this is a pattern. They will have an upward trajectory as they increase enrollment throughout the school year. But this is exciting to see.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It's great.
I can come back to it if you, or you can ask the question now.
Well, that's average daily, is that the number of average daily attendance? I have that, but
Yes.
it should be higher than that, shouldn't it?
This is what we're budgeted for. So we always know that they're going to actually enroll over this, but we're only going to get funded for a certain.
When do you
Percentage.
change, at mid-year, when does that change? I
When
think
will
it's
this
October.
change?
Yeah,
I think, Amara, at first interim, will you review this expected ADA?
yeah.
Yes, those are adopted numbers, and based on what we see on our trend for between now and first interim, we will update those.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can bet principals are looking at this number, looking at their
Yeah.
budget and wondering how it might impact, hopefully in a positive way, if they're over their expected ADA. Right, but this is very good news for us.
That's very good news, the actual.
Yes. So I'm just gonna keep going into my next section, trying to make up some of our lost time and talk about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or the ELOP or ELOP, lots of different ways to say that, which came to us from AB 130 amended by AB 181. So actually, the Expanded Learning Opportunities is not just a before and after school funding. It actually includes transitional kindergarten or universal pre-kindergarten as well. But I'm going to start with what we are mostly spending our ELOP money on. So before school, after school, summer, and intercession learning programs. So we only have one staff that is serving before school, and that's EPIC. They have a full hour before the start of school for them. But because all four of our schools who receive this money, COA, EPIC, GIS, and HLA, have an unduplicated pupil percentage of more than 75%, we now have to offer this 9-hour day to offer and provide access to 100% of our student population. Last year, 50%, but all UPP students. This year, 100% of our students have to be offered and provided access. So you can imagine, what does that look like for a school like COA, who currently has 1,700 students? They have to offer this after-school program to all 1,700 students, right? So down below, you can see here's our enrollment comparison for the after-school program for all 4 of our schools. So COA started at 730. They're actually currently over 900, right? This is from a few weeks ago. Epic just started mid 21-22. The ACES program at 90 students, they're now almost 300 students in after school. GIS started at 220, they're now at 350 students. And for HLA, they started a little bit higher in the pandemic because we had flexibility, they could serve more students in this program. They dropped a little last year and they are back up, soon to be over 200 students. So this really affects our campuses. We basically have to serve these students the same way we serve them during the school day, right? We need to provide mental health. If they have an IEP, we need to provide the same supports that they have during the school day in the afternoon. If they're receiving health supports, nursing support, that has to be provided after school. This makes a difference in our facilities. You can no longer just use like one room for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, right? You now basically have to share this whole site with the after-school program. Where is COA going to put 900 students after school? They need the space. So this affects teachers and the time they have to work in their classroom. So this affects a lot of things for our schools. So in addition to after school, they must offer an additional 25 days of learning throughout the fiscal year. So from July 1 to June 30th, 25 days. Our schools have chosen to put that 25 days in the summer. So we actually have to count out and plan those days every summer to make sure we're meeting this requirement. They could offer it during Thanksgiving or December recess or spring break, but right now all of our schools are doing this during summer school. We must offer free enrichment clubs, tutoring, and sports. We cannot ask them to pay for that. And currently our after-school program is multi-funded with ACES, ELOP, and some with LCAP because we have teachers tutoring during the after-school program. We're paying that through some of our SNC funds. And ELOP requires smaller class sizes. For after-school, for TK and K, the ratio is 1 to 10. During the school day, this ratio is 1 to 12. And then 1st through 6th grade after school is 1 to 20. That's less of a ratio than we have during the school day. The 3rd grade class you went in today, you saw it was crowded with 30 kids, right? And after school, we have to limit it to 20. Which means more staffing.
Yeah.
So this funding for ELOP is only for TK through 6th grade sites, and it is only for seat-based schools. So again, this special funding is only for these schools. It is based on the prior year's TK through 6 ADA. So even though COA is a TK through 8 funding, when they calculate this money, they only use TK through 6 numbers, that ADA, and they have a formula that includes our UPP percentage to calculate our allocation. Our schools have 2 years to spend this money. So from the money we received from 2021, we had to spend by June 30th, 2023. So we currently have spent this $2.3 million. We had to spend that by June 30th this summer. We're now working on 22-23, almost $5 million. Currently, 3.5 million of this money is unspent and has carried over into this school year. So we want to make sure we show the state that we need this money and we're using this money. You can see the need, the level of the program we're offering our students after school. We need this money to continue providing high-level 9-hour-a-day programs to our students. They're currently reinstating a reduction process and funding for ACES. And one of our schools is currently might have money reduced in ACES if the attendance doesn't get up. This is our first year we're going to be audited for ELOP, and we don't want to give them any reason to think we don't need this money. We need it.
Did we spend it all?
We have spent all of 21-22 by June 30th.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say we have?
Now we're working
Yeah,
on,
you're working
We have a
on.
carryover.
we have 3.5 million from this pot of money, from last year's pot of money to spend by June 30th, 2024.
Are you able to find the staff you need for all of that? Looks like it would be a problem.
Staffing is still a challenge.
Yeah.
And we still have positions posted for after school, and
Right,
especially EPIC and HLA are struggling to fill all of the after school positions. COA and GIS have had better success with that.
Joy, are we able to get third parties involved in this
Yes.
as well? Okay.
We do contract
with Scoop.
Scoop
No,
doesn't
that
support
means
after
if-
school, but
okay.
our vendors like Quinta
Oh,
and Art and Manor Parks and Rec, Levo. These are some of our vendors that we
Yeah.
use for after school. Because they count towards those 1 to 10, 1 to 20 ratios. We can count them for that.
That may be, I have the question then, if the after-school classes, do the teachers have to be, well, or the paraprofessionals, and do they have to be credentialed?
They do not have to be credentialed.
So we could use
We are mostly using para educators for our after school
Yeah,
program.
okay,
I know,
that is a big deal, thank you.
Yes. That's really good flexibility that we have for them. But again, we're asking these para educators to plan activities, control class sizes with less trade. So we're providing professional development and supports for these para educators as well. But I can see you already understand the challenge, right? So something that we're doing is we are using some of this ELOP money, as Omira mentioned, to split fund some of our facilities projects where our students in after school would benefit from those projects. For example, the field at GIS, of course, somebody needs to get in, somebody. We're split funding the field because, of course, after school program uses the field. So we're being, really fiscally sound and smart about how we use this money on facilities, making sure that it still benefits this program. And then the other part of the ELOP program is transitional kindergarten, which you might also hear referred to as UPK or Universal Pre-Kindergarten. So this is something that excites me. You got to visit a transitional kindergarten today. Were they saying to you this morning? This is something that California is ahead of the game in providing universal pre-kindergarten for all 4-year-olds in the state. So it's a phased in process. Beginning in 25-26, that's when all students who turn 4 by September 1st will be allowed into school. Right now, it's all 4-year-olds who turn 5 between September 2nd, which is right after the cutoff for kindergarten, and April 2nd. These are the students we get funding for. Students with these birthdays. We do have an option for early admittance for students who turn 5 between April 3rd and June 1st. They're little babies, right?
Yeah.
Which brings more challenges for them. Right? They're the cutest littles on campus, right? But we now have all 5 of our kindergarten schools who are authorized to serve kindergarten are serving a standalone TK class. So that's exciting. So EPIC and CCC has had a TKK combo class last year. This year, everyone has a standalone TK transitional kindergarten class. They have a separate curriculum. We're not allowed to teach them just the same kindergarten. They don't need 2 years of the same exact curriculum and instruction. It has to be differentiated for them, and we use the foundational learning framework for them. It's separate from kinder, separate assessments and separate reporting for them to their parents.
Could you give me an example of what that is? That's separate, it has to be separate from kindergarten.
Right.
So what in transitional, what would be an example of what they educate the students on?
So we have, for example, with the ELA curriculum, this school uses Wonders from Houghton Mifflin. They have a kindergarten set of curriculum, but they also must purchase the curriculum specific for transitional kindergarten.
And how is, and what is that different? How is transitional different?
It really is based on play. So this is a key part. It's
That's
based
what I
on
wanted,
play.
okay.
Yeah. Right, play and inquiry and free choice time, right? It's not where they sit at desks all
Sit
day.
desk and stand
They
in
don't
lines,
want to see
okay.
kids doing that. Although TK did a great job this morning lining up, didn't they?
Yeah, they did a great job.
She has them
So I think
taught very
like
well.
music and finger play and
Yes,
things like
right.
that.
Okay.
So it's a lot less
Yeah.
sitting at desk and listening
Right.
to a teacher.
Yeah.
And this even extends to our IB program of inquiry for these schools. They have 4 kindergarten units. They have to write 4 separate TK
Wow.
IB units. And
Wow.
IB, when they authorize the school, they will want to see the separate TK
Separate.
units.
Wow, that's
for
great.
these schools. Yes. So along with this comes a requirement for our TK teachers to have early childhood education units, 24 units or equivalent experience. But thankfully, they extended that deadline till August 2025.
Joy, excuse me, do we help our teachers who need to go back and
Yes.
take those units? Do we augment any kind of way?
We are, so we're participating in SCOE, the Early Learning Consortium for SCOE, and so
Okay.
our teachers are being able to be reimbursed.
I hadn't read the last part, but I was hoping we
Yes.
would, because that's asking a
Yes.
lot.
They would submit their transcripts to SCOE and who would, I think it's 125 per unit that they can
Okay,
be
good.
reimbursed for. And the ratios staffing still exists. It's 1 adult for every 12 students. That can be, if you have a class size limit of 24 students, so if you have 24, it can be 1 certificated teacher and 1 paraeducator. You only have 12 students right now at Epic, they have 1 certificated teacher. We do have 1 site who has early admittance students who have birthdays after June 1st. If you're admitting them, then you have to have 1 to 10. So GIS has 1 class with all the correct birthdays, 1 to 24, another class who have a little bit younger students, they're 20 and 1 to 10. So this is a little bit about our TK. So now moving into IB. All right, so I'm excited about you want to ask a question about TK? So I'm excited about our progress for IB, just really quickly. GIS and Epic are authorized in IB. GIS now has 1 instructional coach who oversees both programs. They sent their teachers to professional development this summer, and they have their 2nd PYP evaluation. That means it's year 10 for them. Can you believe it's been that long? Year 10 for GIS, and their evaluation is in April 2024. Epic is having their first PYP evaluation in March of 2024, and Ms. Simmeruk, vice principal at Epic, will be overseeing that visit. And they hosted an in-person workshop at Epic over the summer, focused on student agency. So giving students voice and choice in their learning is a goal for them. HLA, we're really excited, as Principal Coonan shared with you earlier, about their very first authorization or verification visit. It's next month. You might be asked to attend. That's why I'm sharing these dates with you, because you'll be asked to attend some of these visits as a board representative for them. But HLA is, their PYP program is overseen by Gurpreet Kaur, and their new full-time NYP coordinator is Mr. Brandon Bagazi. And they hosted an in-person IB workshop this summer, focused on inquiry-based instruction. And then our IB high school is moving still slowly, but I know the discussions have happened with Mr. Sample and other leaders within the area to collaborate on an IB high school in the Natomas area. So I'm excited that we're also building our capacity at GCC to support these schools. And so we're starting our monthly IB coordinators meeting again this year. So when we brought in Mr. Pierre into the central office, he has been a PYP coordinator. And we still have Ashley Cowell, who was the PYP coordinator at Epic, and my own experience. So I'm excited that we're building our capacity within GCC to support these IB schools. And so that is my update for academics.
Very good.
Gave us a
Other
lot of good
questions?
information.
Yes, sir.
If I could go back to summer school, way back when, don't go back when the
Okay.
the numbers were dramatic for GIS and COA on the number of students going to summer school. What was the driving force for that? Why were they so successful in getting that number of students? That's dramatic.
It is. Well, they start early advertising and enrolling, and they actually run their own program. Remember, so GIS is running their site program, COA is running their site program. At Epic and HLA, it was two outside entities running their program. So they kind of had to wait until those vendors and contracts were all in place before they could start advertising and recruiting students, but GIS and COA run their own.
That's a message then, isn't it, for the future? If we
Yeah.
can run our own program and connect to the parents that way. Thank you.
So that's also about staffing, but
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
even getting the contracts earlier to be able to advertise earlier would be helpful.
Joyce, so, when we have third parties, basically putting the operation together, do we, at the end of this, of the summer school, do we evaluate those folks as far as whether they hit the mark or not? I'm just curious about what our process is for,
Good
because we're
point.
spending the money. You know, how do we know we're getting what we asked for? Are we exceeding or below or whatever? So I just a
Yeah.
question.
Well, number one, we were evaluating them all summer.
Okay,
I was and Gloria was. So Gloria did numerous site visits to every single high school program, TK8 school throughout the summer. So we had our eyes on what was happening on the sites throughout the summer, more so than we've ever had before. So that was number one. We wanted to see these programs in action. Right. Number two, we actually sent out surveys. So thank you, Mark. I didn't add the survey information into this. But we actually this year, for the first time, sent out surveys that GCC created to all of our families
great.
to receive feedback on did students receive support for learning, reading, math, but also how did they like the program in general, to get some feedback. on
That
the
would be
program.
interesting if
Yeah.
at a subsequent board meeting,
We-
you
I
could
think
share
we-
that
Just to
with
see
us.
what,
Just
yeah.
that information.
We
from
did
the
that survey
parent
at our
survey.
core seat-based schools.
Yes.
okay,
Yeah, and we'll finish off with Mark and
Sorry.
then Chris.
sorry. We know that the summer can have an impact on learning for students, especially underserved kids. Do we, and I know you've mentioned some of the ways we measure. Are we able to see improvement based on those students who were taking these classes, you know, on whether their learning went up? I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
curious.
Well, for sure, for high school, we would be able to see how much closer are they on their journey towards graduation.
Okay,
That's number one. All right, but thinking about elementary, if they were our student last year, we can pull their iReady Diagnostic 3 end of year test
mhm,
and look at their beginning of year, if they stay with us. 'Cause you
Right.
can go to summer school and then leave and go somewhere else, right?
yeah,
If they stay with us and take diagnostic 1 this year, yes, we can compare that child's journey over time.
okay, thank you.
And that is part of our goal and why we started tracking their iReady data. We even created groups in iReady to be able to track the summer school students specifically. So I will be able to pull up just this group of kids who attended summer school and see how did they do on their diagnostic.
Fantastic, great, thank you, Jim.
Yes.
And it was kind of following up on that, I think this is the first time I've ever seen really data on achievement during summer school. You know,
Yeah.
number of lessons completed, passed in different areas.
Yeah.
And that leads to what Mark's talking about.
Right? It's a significant investment of our money and our time and our
Right.
energy for our staff, right? So we want to make sure that we're measuring the effectiveness and the impact of those programs. And these are just our initial things we already have in place to measure that impact, but moving forward, we'll look at other ways we might be able to measure that impact. Yes, sir.
I just want to say I attend first day of school and I have passed out class schedules to the seniors, to the high school, I should say. And it was there was so many kids out there. I stood up there for about 15-20 minutes and I had to go. I need to sit down. It was amazing.
Thank you, Harry. The first day at high school, all students getting their schedules at the same time. So I'm sure they needed more hands and more eyes there. So thank you for helping features that day.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, we're gonna shift. Thank you, Mr. Coy, for that very insightful information. We're gonna shift now to professional learning and growth. Dr. Gold, and some of her presentation is obviously talking about the department, but it's also she's gonna cover one of the topics and subjects the board was very interested in, which is artificial intelligence. So Dr. Gold, take it away.
Yay.
Thank you. Well, good morning, almost good afternoon. President Campbell left us, but I'm sure she'll be back. Board members and Superintendent Sample. I got that one right. It's really hard. I've always called him deputy for so long. And so now I'm trying to like substitute deputy for super. So I'm getting there. So as Joy said, we're really trying to work on building our internal capacity, as you saw her speak about it and show you. So this is a new wing of our Ed Services Department that has been a vision of mine for a long time. And I know also a vision of Mr. Samples, which is the professional learning and growth wing of our Ed Services Department. And this is really to build our internal capacity of our site administrators, of our teachers, and of all of our staff to really help to get the best practices, the most innovative ideas that are out there in the hands of those who are making the most impact on our students. So I'm very super excited to get to help lead this new department within our Ed Services team. And also here you heard Ms. Toy talk about Adrian Pierre, who was one of our formal instructional coaches at GIS and is very well versed in K-8 and IB. He is our instructional coach who is primarily focusing on math and science. And you'll see here in a minute some other areas that he's also supporting our school sites with. And then Kimberly Heffron, you heard us speak a little bit about her earlier. She is primarily overseeing our ELA and our ELD instructional practices. And then, of course, we can't do what we do without our amazing services clerk, Miss Aaliyah, who just does so much for us. So just kind of a new wing to our department that we wanted to share with you that we're excited about. So you'll see here some of the different activities that our professional learning coaches are helping to support our sites with. There's lots of acronyms up here, of course, because what's education without some of those? And so you'll see for Adrian, he's really focused on helping to support our building thinking classrooms, which has been a partnership that we have built with SCOE over the last couple of years. So he is becoming fully trained in this, so we can do more of a trainer of a trainers model. So again, we can rely more on building our capacity and leading our own work within GCC. So he's working alongside of SCOE this year at our sites right now, GIS, HLA, and EPIC. And COA to really start to help with building thinking classrooms. You'll see also that he will be helping Ms. Joy in like the iReady implementation, also wanting to take some of that PD that is being led by iReady trainers and really having us lead that ourselves at the beginning of the year and throughout the year. Again, when we can build our capacity, we can have our professional learning at any moment, right? We're not having to wait on specific days, specific times, waiting for trainers. We're able to do that all in-house. You'll see Kimberly, just a couple of things. SIPS training, we've actually already had some of that. That is for intervention. That's a systematic instruction in phonics and phonemic awareness. Letters, which is early literacy. It's the brain science of reading. You'll see that she's also will be supporting our world language standards and really helping to support our sites with developing maybe some dual immersion programs, new teacher support, some love and logic for our parents after school as well. And then you'll see some of their shared responsibilities. They'll be working with me to help continue to lead our instructional coaches. We have a great plan this year to level up what we are doing with them. We are going to be developing a para university. Again, we are a very fortunate organization. I've never seen an organization who invests so much in providing supports at sites and in our paraprofessionals, but also we had to reflect and say, well, how much training are we giving our paraprofessionals or our after-school program paraprofessionals, right? We rely heavily on them, we invest in them. So we also need to invest in the instructional practices for them. And they'll also be helping with some of our GCC events. So some of their things. Some of our upcoming professional learning events, GCC Con, would like to invite all of you. This is our second annual GCC Con, which will be October 9th. You'll see that we leveled up Mr. Sample's emblem or logo to lead, learn, and level up is what our theme is this year for GCC Con. We will have over 50 sessions, primarily all led from all of our own staff. We'll have a couple of outside people come in for CPR training, but this is all primarily led by our own staff. Also, our admin instructional PDs, this is new this year. This is something that LTL 360 used to lead, which we are now leading. We actually have one tomorrow, in fact, and this is actually where our site administrators and our instructional coaches are coming together to really help with some of those priorities that Mr. Sample was talking about. Right now, we're really focusing on MTSS, which is those multiple tiers of systems and support, and getting those interventions, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, really in place at our school sites so that we are being proactive and we are intervening and extending learning for all of our students. Also, during these instructional PD days, some of them will be focusing more on SEL and PBIS. So during those meetings, we'll actually be inviting Dr. Crawford's teams, the counselors, the school psychologists, the special education specialists to, again, really create that integration where we are working together with those who have expertise in these areas. So we're developing the best plan to really make an impact on our students. A couple of other things just to point out that are upcoming is both Kimberly and Adrian are going through GLAD certified training. So again, that will allow us to provide our own GLAD, which is the guided language acquisition design training for EL students, phenomenal research-based strategies, but we're going to be able to lead this work on our own. So they're currently going through that certification process. And then letters, which is the brain science. I actually just finished a 2-year national trainers training, and we'll go through my induction for facilitator training. So I will actually be able to lead that myself, which is great because I just got a quote for the 2 years. It would have been over $70,000. However, with me leading it, will only cost our organization the book and the platform. And Kimberly also, since how she oversees ELA, she's entering into that training as well, so she can be a co-facilitator. We also have Touch Math training coming up October 20th, which is a research-based math intervention that spans TK through 12th grade. So just some exciting professional learning that's coming up as we build our capacity. And then in development, we're taking the level up theme, and we have some great ideas of how we're going to level up some of our GCC events, such as our art contest, which was typically just drawings. We actually want to add different mediums. So photography, videography. There are some talks about maybe doing a rotating gallery that actually goes to all the schools. So we're not just seeing it at GCC and really highlighting it. We're talking about mathletes, having some math competitions that we're going to be putting on. And then also an update to our Makers Fair. We're thinking maybe an innovator fair, hiring fair combination, as well as a new teacher in Para University. And then, of course, an AI leadership team. So that is a perfect segue to talk to all of you about AI. But you know what? I actually instead of shifting from me, I'm going to actually have you talk to my AI doppelganger. Dr. Gold. It's not playing. Would you push it again? It's a little creepy.
Creepy. Yeah, he's creepy.
It's new technology.
Yeah.
We're learning. We're learning.
Can you maybe just play it from the slide and not in presenter mode and see if that will work? Because it's showing up on there. It's just not transitioning.
I'm telling the students the day after the.
Okay.
I wouldn't know where to start. And here a curve, please try again.
Artificial intelligence.
That's what I say, it's scary.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna download it and we're gonna show it.
Yeah, there's multiple ways around. We're gonna show it.
Would you like me to go on to the next slide or is it gonna?
So,
download quick?
I was gonna say, Dr. Gold, while we are getting that, because I definitely think you should show that, can we cover those items on your next slide?
Yeah, absolutely. And so what we did do is my team helped me. So Adrian is actually my partner in crime when it comes to artificial intelligence. He gets to.
Madam President and board members, it is an honor to have this opportunity to
Share insights on a topic of immense importance: the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, in the realm of education. As we embark on this journey, it is essential to recognize the promising benefits AI brings, while also being mindful of the critical factors that demand our attention. Some of the benefits of AI are: personalized learning. AI tailors education, enhancing engagement and understanding for each student's pace and style. Efficiency. AI automates administrative tasks, allowing more time for impactful teaching. Data insights. AI analyzes student data, informing effective teaching strategies and curriculum development. Global access. AI connects students to diverse global learning resources, fostering cross-cultural understanding. Inclusivity. AI supports diverse learners, promoting accessibility and equal opportunities. Factors to consider. Ethics and bias. Guard against biases in AI systems, ensuring fairness and ethical use. Human centricity. AI augments, not replaces, educators' irreplaceable mentorship and creativity. Data security. Prioritize stringent privacy protocols when handling student data. Equity. Address digital disparities, enabling universal access to AI-driven education. Teacher training. Provide comprehensive AI training to educators for effective integration. Transparency. Develop AI systems with clear decision-making processes for transparency. In summary, the integration of AI into education offers significant potential. By embracing its advantages and addressing associated factors, we pave the way for a future where technology and education synergize, aligning with our core priorities and portrait of a graduate.
I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Gold for the amazing presentation on AI's potential in education. It is eye-opening to see how AI can revolutionize learning. From personalized learning experiences to real-time feedback, the possibilities are exhilarating. But it isn't all rainbows and butterflies. Dr. Gold reminded us about the ethical and privacy challenges tied to AI. It's a crucial reality check that keeps us responsible while moving forward. With that said, Dr. Gold, can you please explain to the board the research you and your team have conducted and next steps for our organization with regards to AI?
Well, absolutely, Superintendent Sample. I would love to talk to the board.
That's a classic. Those are a classic.
That's a surprise.
Oh,
You know, it was on.
He did not, he did not, we were looking at it yesterday and that's when you came in. I was yelling, minimize it, close it, close it. That was because I should have. So those were actually still images. Those were our headshots
Yeah,
that,
they-
we
they-
take, right?
how long did it take to prepare this?
So I had a splice of videos together, but that was more of the Canva that I was using. The actual videos were instantaneous. I actually used ChatGPT to write the whole entire script. So I did not write that script. I gave ChatGPT certain things that I wanted them to talk to you about.
Oh, this is.
Using AI in education, what are some of the positive impacts? What are some of the factors we need to consider? Obviously had Superintendent Sample thank me for how amazing the presentation was. But both of our scripts were 100% done by artificial intelligence with just a little bit of tweaking. And then I could choose the voices. There are options where you can self-record your voice. And then with better platforms, I talked to Mr. Sample about paying for some of them because you have better access to actually using not still images, but they will actually splice your movements. But I think it's pretty incredible to take a still picture and you're blinking and you can see the little marks. but obviously a lot of positive impacts that artificial intelligence can have. But you also heard my AI doppelganger talk about some of the factors that we absolutely have to consider, right? We have to consider integrity, ethics, student data privacy. Like I just learned that ChatGPT shouldn't be used for kids who are under 13, right? They can't have their own accounts. And so those are all things that moving forward, we're going to be starting an AI early adopter leadership team who's really going to help us process this and continue to research. So one thing we did talk, and you guys had asked for, what are, other school districts doing? What are some of the board policies? So we actually couldn't find really any school districts who have solid board policies. What we did find is, can you click on the sample beliefs? Are districts who are coming out with belief statements about how they believe AI is to be used. Talking to a couple of friends in other organizations, their thoughts are, their boards are, it's harder when you adopt a policy to sometimes change a board policy with depending on how the boards are, who's on the board. And since how AI is constantly changing, and we're also looking to universities of how they're adopting it, because we also want to be in alignment with their expectations, that we haven't really found boards to completely just set in stone, this is what our policy is. So you see that this school district talks about how AI is a tool that can intensify the human element in education. Their belief statements really resonated with us, is how do we use this for the benefit of our students? Melissa, and then if you can just click on the other one, because we can share this with you afterwards if you'd like to see their belief statement. But we did also look at some sample classroom policies. This gentleman, Lance Eaton, has actually he has a form to submit for schools to all the different universities to talk about what their classroom policies are for AI. The most common trend that we're seeing is that they can use AI, but they must cite it. Kind of like a citation you would if you got research from a book. But then there's also maybe some who haven't caught up with the innovation or like no AI at all. It's plagiarism. If you get caught, like you're kicked out of the class. This is 52 pages, so I didn't print it for you guys, but we can send it to you digitally if you're just interested in how our college is really looking at artificial intelligence, because we want to use that to help inform our decision. So we don't want them to become so reliant on it that we're setting them up, not to be successful in college. So how do we find that balance? Because we do believe that it is a tool. We want to be innovative. That's what charters are about. So I'm excited to come back and hopefully present to you all some updates on where we go with artificial intelligence. Some of the next steps, we actually will have some already educator training. This is Decoy, Adrian, and myself met with actually Toddle, which is a platform that our IB schools use for creating lesson plans. They actually have artificial intelligence now that are embedded that actually helps them create rubrics, helps them design their lessons. So it's pretty amazing. So at GCC Con, we will be providing that training because we will be purchasing that for our IB schools. So those are some up and comings. Yeah, questions, comments.
Okay,
Mr.
when
Block.
artificial intelligence first got started?
I believe we had a conversation, did you say it was World War II? Yeah.
Yeah, in German.
The Germans.
And then I'm looking at this artificial intelligence now. They had two artificials talking to each other, then all of a sudden they changed their and went to their own language.
They did.
Yeah.
So that happened with
That's good.
Facebook. They had chat bots and
Yeah.
they started to communicate with one another, but yes, they created their own language and so they had to turn it off.
So there's some scary stuff in this artificial.
100, which is why the privacy, student data,
Exactly.
right? We want to make sure that we are protecting our students.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then the deep fakes that can be created now, they're talking about elections, right? They're able to create presidents, their voices, their mannerisms. It's hard to sometimes tell.
But I really can't, truly, it's hard to put the words together about this. This is, to me, a major innovation in education.
Absolutely.
Long after I'm gone and so forth, if we get ahead on this and really start developing it in the educational field and start using it, and I can't say the educational program internally, because you get the enthusiasm of staff in educational programs, as opposed to bringing in outside vendors and you have people that are really dedicated to it. Your problem is going to be probably keeping them, because once they get trained and doing it, they will be, one among literally thousands who don't have any skills at all. Absolutely. I can't even recommend the directions this is going to go in. I think your comment about setting up some sort of policy.
Yeah.
That we need to have here, and then encouraging the classroom staff, the teachers to, particularly in high school and middle school, to adopt some sort of, to encourage the use of AI, cite the source, use it, understand that there's a lot of false, inaccurate, false, just totally fabricated information. And that's an educational tool that we need to teach this generation, that everything on the internet is not true.
Yeah.
But this is just impressive, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's exciting to see new things in education sometimes. You keep thinking it's all been done before. And we kind of go to schools of education, we read the old books, we look at the old paradigms, but this is breaking the mold.
100%. Yeah, digital citizenship will be absolutely key, right, in using artificial intelligence so that we know what is fact,
Yeah.
what is fiction. Absolutely critical. And I think for us, again, we don't want to shy away from it, because it'd be like saying when there was first a computer, oh, well, we're not going to use that. Just doesn't make sense. But it's how do we use it
Position
ethically.
which most school districts are not, and that is, we don't have to negotiate this.
No.
We have the ability to, that's one of the advantages of charters. We have the ability to be creative and respond to new innovations. And if I seem overly enthusiastic, I am. So-
You're fine. I am as well. I absolutely love it. Yes, Mr. Anderson.
I just want to, and I agree with everything Jack says. We need to be ahead of the curve and behind it. And I think we do have the opportunity to forge our own, without the political
Absolutely.
impediments that organizations have to go through. One of the questions that I have about anything that you start going down a different path, change management. Where do you think our overall staff is on the change management continuum? Do we have a lot of early adopters? Do we have resistance?
No, I think
Have we tested that? Do we know?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of early adopters. In fact, we just got an email from Twin Rivers because there is a plugin for, I believe it was Google, and a lot of teachers noticed it and asked for it. And so we are actually going to be pushing that out. So I do believe we have a lot of educators who are early adopters who will be very excited about what we can do with artificial intelligence.
I assume we could, if there was a cost to them getting the sites, we could compensate them for that fee, because it's certainly part of the educational programs.
Absolutely. And like Toddle was really affordable for our IBs, but I mean, lesson plan, we see it created a rubric instantaneously that would have taken a teacher an hour to do, but they just had to, go look at it through their lens, right, and make some adjustments. But I think it's going to be very impactful in the efficiency for our teachers as well to use as a tool, not just our students. Yes.
We talk a lot about AI as support. But isn't the next step having a math certified bot teacher?
Absolutely not. So you'll see one of the things we said factors to consider is the human centricity, right? Is that a bot is really hard to create the science, the relationships, to help support with the mental health. So I don't think it's going to replace teachers. There's definitely a place for teachers.
It's an augmentation.
Really, yeah, it's an augmentation. So I don't predict it's gonna completely take over education. I think we need that engagement.
But I can also see where this would be a great tool for independent study.
100%. Yeah.
What a tool.
In fact, fun for our football players, here, Amazon is actually releasing a new, it's called Amazon Vision for NFL football games, which has 22 different AI features that you can actually look at, down to like a third down line and the different plays and predictability. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting next decade, that's for sure. But I think we have a good team to get at the forefront of it, and we'll be excited to bring all of you back updates.
Thank you.
And I definitely want to affirm Dr. Gold for her work on this. And, this whole kind of wing of ed services, I think is the term, that she used is been a vision of this board as well as the organization is how do we start building that internal capacity to do a lot of our own professional learning, our own professional growth and development. So really proud of the work that is happening here and just looking forward to seeing what comes next. And then obviously, you maybe can't replace math teachers, but it looks like you can replace superintendents with chatbots. So, so I don't know what's going to happen to the superintendency because it looks like a AI chatbot can just go ahead and talk for us. Thank you, Dr. Go. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Again, this was really a first look because we are early adopters. I do envision this being an ongoing conversation that we'll continue to have with the board. Madam President, I could suggest that we at this time take our lunch recess.
Take our lunch recess. I agree. So we will now stop.
Do we wanna have-
About what time? Dr. Byrne?
Do we want to have a working lunch? I know that our speaker,
No,
we're
we need-
behind.
Rest for a few minutes. We need to
Okay.
take a break. We gotta take our pictures too.
Oh,
So that's gonna be the next thing. We will be individually taking our pictures and then coming back in for lunch. At 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, we'll be back.
1 o'clock we'll be back, yeah. So we will take a break. We are back in session after lunch break, and we are now ready to hear about special education. Are
Thank
you
you.
ready, Dr. Crawford?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Mr. Sample, thank you very much, esteemed board, cabinet. So I'm here to talk about our special education update, as I have the benefit of doing twice a year for the board. So the first one is our enrollment over time chart that you're familiar with. I've shown this for a while, but what I'd like to point out is the large amount of growth that we're seeing in our special education department. Not only from 21-22, progressing through 22-23, and now 23-24. The numbers that are in parentheses, these are students that are pending. So the solid numbers that we have here are kids that we have identified and have IEPs, and these are the ones that are in the works right now. So currently, we have 593 students across GCC that have qualified and are receiving services for special education services. And we have another 13 that are currently pending with open assessment.
Okay, so there's 13 are pending.
Yes, ma'am.
And the 593 are actual students in
Yes.
service. Okay.
The one of the biggest upticks that we have seen are is in the speech services. That we're seeing a lot of speech only services that are coming out. And then SAIs, specialized academic instruction, and primarily in our younger grades that we're seeing coming out from the COVID and moving from there. So we're doing a lot of tiered interventions. Dr. Gold and I are working closely around doing the multi-tiered system of support work, and I'd like to affirm her for her work in supporting my department with that. So you can see the trend over time. All of our schools have increased. The only one is the virtual academy. But I'm anticipating that number is going to go up relatively soon as well, because we have a couple new students that are on the SST radar as well for that. So are there any questions about this slide? And again, our two largest qualifiers are specific learning disability with the secondary of speech, and then OHI or other health impairment would be the third category. Mr.
Have you been servicing any of the refugee students?
Yes. We have been servicing a great deal of them that have come in, taking their IEPs or the equivalent that they have and meeting their services. Finding out one of the challenging things is that very specific piece between EL and the disability.
Right.
And so we're using what the documents that are provided by the parents and getting those translated so we can see what services have been provided to the children in Ukraine or Russia, wherever they might be coming from, and then what do they need that we can provide. So we have seen those that have come over, and we're working to provide those student services as well. So that's been an interesting challenge.
I bet it has language wise.
Yes, But it's something we're definitely up for, so.
So is the uptick coming out of COVID simply because the students weren't able to interact with other students?
That's a lot of it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it. And that's where we're seeing articulation. I don't want to get too speech. That's why we're not seeing the speech development where it should be. So it's because a lot of the kids had their early learning on a virtual platform and they were lacking that social interaction that develops that playground speech component. So we are seeing that. Now, the good thing about speech is it's very typical to exit students from speech after we get those pieces covered. And that usually takes place somewhere between 5th and 7th grade, where we're able to say for articulation, how we pronounce words, the student has met those goals, they no longer qualify for speech. Yes.
Eric, I was just gonna ask you a quick, how cooperative are the parents or the guardians for these students? Are they pretty cooperative as far as accepting the services?
Yes, actually, we've definitely seen a shift where parents are coming to us asking for assessments, and on a couple of things we've had to say, well, we need to try the interventions first to provide least restrictive environment. But we have parents that are a lot more open to, my student needs a little bit more, what can you do? And so we're able to provide that either through interventions such as SITs or Sunday, or we have had children that are coming out with active IEPs from other countries that we are implementing. So.
I'm fascinated. The numbers still, year in and year out, run at 10% of our student population.
Yes.
Just consistently.
We're right there. We're right there on.
Try to keep them.
Exactly. So I've been noticing that trend as well. And I'm like, okay, we're right in that bandwidth. We're right where we should be. So personnel wise, our department has changed. Not sure where I'm pointing this. Next slide. Awesome. So I'm very, very happy to announce we have a special education coordinator now. So thank you very much to Superintendent Sample. He said, what do you need to take your department to that next level? So honestly, I need somebody that can be that person, boots on the ground, that can help with the day-to-day pieces of responding directly to a lot of the RSP teachers and things like that. And so we were able to develop and post and fill a special education coordinator position. And we filled it with our own Nicole Strobel. Nicole was a teacher in COA Elementary for 1st grade. She quickly moved on to an instructional coach for 6 years, then was vice principal of COA Elementary, where she led that department in special education and the student services components. So Nicole will be working diligently on helping with the CDE reporting mandates and working with our speech team and our behavior team directly and facilitating their involvement and just being a support overall so that Mr. Sample can use me in larger capacities in other areas as well. And then overall, here is our special education staffing. I did it a little bit differently this time. Our contract people are in parentheses on the far end. So you can see that we have for ed specialists, these are our teachers. We have 3 positions that are being filled currently with contract people because we had some late minute fills we were not able to get covered. Mr. Sample, school psychologist, Mr. Sample was very generous and gave us a full allocation of 6 school psychologists that are deployed, and we were able to hire 2 of our own interns that we trained into those positions. So it was fantastic that we were able to grow them up, and then that they are now part of our team on a permanent basis. Speech, you will see that we have increased speech, and that's just to serve the needs of the students that we currently have that are out there. So we have 2 that are under contract because we have a little bit more speech that we need to address right now, service wise. And then the SLPAs, we were able to just bring on 1 more of our own SLPAs, speech language pathologist assistants. And so they provide direct services to students under the supervision of our speech providers. And then we changed this a little bit, registered behavior technician. We have 2 that are on contract. 1 is with us for the year, and 1 we have working specifically with 1 student on a behavior plan, and that's called a fade plan. We're going to be fading out services as the student reaches their goals. But this is part of our behavior team headed by Natalie Soto that goes out and troubleshoots and helps with observations and data collecting for our students that identifying the antecedents and the functions of behavior as well. Our health team, we have 2 certificated nurses and 2 LVNs currently. This number is very quickly going to change to 3 and 1 because Ms. Jana Ivanek has just completed her education at Sac State and has applied for her credential. And our 2 certificated nurses have applied for apprenticeships with Sac State to get their credentials cleared as well. And we were able to add a health clerk, and Ms. Ina Hudd has taken that position, and she has been a huge point of contact for immunizations, bringing all of our schools up to compliance with immunizations and making sure that we are doing what we need to do moving forward with that. Any questions?
So how do you feel your staffing is now? What are your greatest needs?
If I could, once I find my permanent speech people, we're golden.
I told you, if they could walk, crawl, I would hold them on stage. Tell you, that's a critical area.
Yes, ma'am. We were at the retreat at Sac State just the other day. I was sitting with a team and somebody said, "Oh, well, his girlfriend is a speech pathologist." Really? Tell me more. So we do have some avenues where we are looking to bring in our own team and see if we can coax them over to joining our team because quite honestly, the 2 that we have with us right now came to us from agencies because they liked us. They said, your culture, what you're doing with kids, this is where I want to serve. And so I believe that trend is going to continue and we'll be able to fill those positions relatively soon.
And the next time you do a report, I was looking to see how many in different categories, special day classes and what have you, so.
I will have that for the spring presentation.
Thank you, sweet.
Absolutely. So now I'm putting on another hat.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
as UCP officer or UPC officer for the 2022-23 school year, I'd like to report to the board. We had 1 universal complaint procedure that came in. And this was at Higher Learning Academy, and it was an allegation of a report of students' rights being violated by the site administrator in disciplinary proceeding. With that, it was thoroughly investigated by myself. I spoke with staff members, administrators, the family of the student. It did not rise to the level of a UCP. So it was more of dissatisfaction about what the outcome was, and we were able to work with the administrator and have the parent understand that everything was equitable, and that due process was followed, and everything was done above board.
Okay.
So any questions of the board?
You only had 1 complaint?
Yes, sir.
That's wonderful.
That went to this level.
That went to that level?
That where they filled out this paperwork to address.
The staff are doing something right.
Yes, so we do have fantastic people out there that troubleshoot.
Must
98%.
Must really, yeah.
So I'm of the belief that everybody needs 20 minutes. So if I get an angry parent, usually after a 20-minute conversation, hearing them, problem solving with them, we're able to come to some type of solution and move forward.
Yeah, you ought to take that back, that whatever they're doing, keep it up, that it's
Absolutely.
not typical in an educational K-12 setting.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
very
Crawford.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Okay, next, we're gonna have our HR Human Resources update, and this will be kind of a compilation of a few things. Our personnel annual report, our key personnel compensation review in alignment with our board policy, as well as our familiar relations. And then Director Berrigan will also talk about our staff retention percentages across. And that's her agenda. All right, so I just pretty much did your first slide. So welcome, Laura.
Yes, so today I'm going to be giving you the report about, our annual personnel report, key personnel compensation, family relations, and also staff retention update. So again, staffing or schools in the GCC central office continues to be the #1 priority for the GCC Human Resources Department. We continue to attend job fairs, and just, a little overview. Last year, we attended a total of 8 job fairs throughout different universities in California. And we were excited to have about 3 hires from those job fairs that we attended. So, we feel that it was really successful for us, to attend those job fairs. We also continue to advertise on EdJoin, Stack Jobs, Handshake, and Handshake is the platform that now all universities use and colleges, for advertising educational jobs. We continue to have a partnership with our community centers, and we post there for most of our classified positions, and we also advertise on the GCC social media, such as our Facebook. Just a little bit of information about, how many employees we have had at the beginning of each school year for the last 4 years. As of August 23 of 2023, we had a total of 802 employees at the GCC. This includes, all employees or full-time certificated, full-time classified, or hourly certificated and classified, and also our substitute teachers. So we are a large organization now of 802 employees. We couldn't believe it when we ran that report to see how many we had when we were working on this presentation. And just
Which means my stats already wrong that I shared with you earlier. We're 802, so don't be soon with the 800.
And just to give you a little bit of history of where we have been the prior years, in 22-23, we were at 745, 21-22, 680, and 2021, 570. So we have, increased significantly in the last few years. One of the predominant reasons for staff to continue to leave the GCC is that they want to be closer to home. They want to be on the same school district and have the same calendar as their kids. We continue to see people relocate out of California, because of the cost of living, and also, some the desire to have a flexible work schedule or to work remotely, which we're not able to offer that in educational entity. So we currently have about 55 vacant positions throughout all of our schools in the central office. So, hiring continues to be a challenge. We continue, like I said, to advertise and attend job fairs. But we have a few slides so you can kind of see, where we still need to, fill those positions and the challenges that we've been having. So SPED is one of those that, it's located to the central office, and as you can see, they have, the speech language and pathologist, 2 positions. So we haven't been able to fill, and that's the reason why they have to, contract with those. And then, we continue to have most of them, are in the central office with the special ed department. CCCS and Virtual Academy. This year we started, compared to last year, it has been really good for CCCS, especially TK through A. Last year we were having a lot of challenges with staffing their school, and this year, they only started with a TK vacant position and the RSP specialist, but we were able to get contract for those 2 positions, so they're fully staffed with contract employees or persons. And so we continue to advertise for all the other positions that they have in the Virtual Academy. And so right now they just have a paraeducator bilingual that they need. COA vacant positions. So we've been having some challenges with the middle school more than the elementary school. We recently had an employee who left COA Elementary, and that's the reason why we have a 5th grade teacher position open, but that position is currently being filled by a school substitute. With COA Middle, we have a little bit more of the challenges getting employees because they need to have the correct credentials. So we can't just hire, somebody with any type of credential. We always try to make sure that they have the correct credential for that subject that they're going to be teaching. And so We continue to just, work with the schools and make sure that, they get the best qualified staff. Epic. Epic started this year with a TK vacant position in the 3rd grade, and they still continue to have the K-8 Russian teacher position open. But we have substitutes on both of the 3rd and the TK position. So, we can say that they're pretty much fully staffed for their certificated positions. Futures and GIS. So for Futures is one of our schools, again, that continues to have challenges this year. We currently have 2 math teacher positions that are vacant, and the Living Earth, Physics and Health, and then also an English position. But we do have on 3 of those positions good substitutes. So, they're only struggling right now with 1 vacant math position that they, have somebody working internally in that position. For our GIS, we just had our Spanish teacher is actually her last day, I believe, is on Thursday. And so we have the vacant K-8 Spanish teacher, but we're working on hoping to have a school substitute on that position.
It's interesting, she worked just a few weeks and is left.
She stayed to help. So she got a contract with the high school at the beginning of the school year, but because she didn't want to leave GIS stranded, she elected to stay through the end of the month. So they, they will at least have her for 1 month. Yeah, but she's actually going to work at a high school now.
Okay.
And then recently a 5th grade teacher position became open, but that position is being filled with one of their classified employees that received a 30-day sub permit. So, they're fully, we can say that, for the most part, they're fully staffed. Higher Learning Academy, again, we've been having challenges with higher learning for a few years already. So they currently have a kindergarten, 4th grade, middle school science, middle school math, and middle school PE that are, vacant. But we have been working with Scoot to make sure that we fill those positions with Scoot substitutes. And their 4th grade teacher position is actually being filled right now by one of their para-educators that receive a 30-day substitute permit. So it's a new way that we are helping our schools to make sure that they're fully staffed and they have teachers in each class. Saba, so Saba, as they continue to get new enrollment, they continue to grow and add new positions. And so we currently have for Sac City school sites, 1 independent study, Power In, 1 at Sim Center, and also RSB at Sim Center, because SPED is one of those we're still having challenges. We have a social worker for our Elgrove site, and keeping fingers crossed that it continues. The Saba Natomas is fully staffed right now. So yes. Scoot education. So as I was telling you that, some of those vacant positions are being filled with Scoot substitutes. So we are continuing our partnership with Scoot for this 23-24 school year to provide, certificated substitute support. And we currently have Scoot staffs covering vacant positions, long-term assignments due to employees, taking leave of absences. We currently have about 15 employees on leave of absences. So the beginning of the school year. So that impacts also the schools a lot. And we are thankful that, we have the partnership with Scoot to be able to assist us to cover those positions and also to cover day-to-day absences. And we are trying to help our schools by having an assigned running staff at their sites. And so currently CCCS, TK-2A, COA Elementary Middle, EPIC, Futures High School, GIS, and HLA have Scoot staffs assigned to their sites. So 30-day substitute permit. Last year, because we were dealing with so many, excuse me, vacant positions for certificated staff. Thank you, Jason. We started a program where, we were supporting our classified paraeducators who had a bachelor's degree and receiving a 30-day sub-permit to be able to move into those teacher positions that we were vacant or needed. Give me a second. Or we needed to fill due to employees taking a leave of absence. So last year we had a total of 7 employees, classified paraeducators, that were reclassified into certificated positions with their 30-day sub-permit. We are continuing the same program this year, and we currently have 3 classified reassignments, one at HLA, one at EPIC, and one at COA Elementary. And we're going to continue to support our classified paraeducators and obtaining a 30-day sub-permit. Okay, the next section is for the purpose of board policy 0809 review. So this board policy is to ensure best practice, to maintain transparency, and to review GCC cabinet level salaries in comparison to school districts and charter schools with similar ADA. We look at schools of approximately 3,000 to 7,000 students. And as you know, our positions are really unique, our titles are unique. And so it's really hard to find out, for some of the positions, salaries or complete benefit packages that are posted and available. So we, look for to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and making sure that, when we do the study, we try to find out as much as we can, positions that we feel that will mirror the positions at the GCC. Superintendent and CEO. So we looked at a total of 5 schools. And as you can see, many of them, change, number of days are different. When you look at 261, that's a 12-month position that includes vacation and holidays. So that doesn't mean that they're working the full 261 days. It's just that they're being compensated for 261 days because they receive holiday and vacation pay. The other schools that have that less work days, many of them will have only holidays and work days included. When you look at the GCC 220, and so our superintendent CEO only receives compensation for the 220 days that he works. So as you can see that, some of when we started looking for new salary information for superintendent, some of the other districts that are around the size of the GCC, reflect significant higher salaries. For chief business official, most of what we found really interesting is that most of the schools that we were looking, they are year-round positions, and so they do include a full 260 or 261 calendar because they have holiday and vacation pay. Again, GCC chief business official is a 230 contract day for. Executive director of the educational program. So this is a position that we had a little bit more of a challenge finding, positions that were similar. So based on, the best positions that we found, you're able to see that the work calendars for GCC's executive directors of educational programs is 220. And it varies for, similar positions up to 260 down to 204. Familiar relations. So GCC is a great place to work at. And we have a lot of employees that have family members, joining the GCC. And so we have our policy to make sure that when we are hiring employees, we make sure that they're not being supervised by, a family member. And so in order to be able to make sure that they are evaluated and, they are able to perform their jobs without, in making sure that we're following our policy, we keep track of how many employees, as soon as we become aware that they have a family member working for us, we update our list to make sure that, they're working at either a different school or a position where they don't have direct supervision by a family member. And so as of last week, we had approximately 86 employees that have familial relations at the GCC. And this is, how we track. So as you can see that we have, 3 family members working at our COA elementary schools, but none of them supervise each other. And it's really interesting that we have a lot of husbands and wives working at the GCC, if you're able to see, husband and wife. And yes, so we are excited that, our family members want to work, for the same organization that we work and take advantage of, the benefits that we have at the GCC. So somebody was asking me earlier, do we know exactly how many husband and wives we have? And I said, didn't really count how many, but I know that the majority of our familial relations are husband and wife. So these are all of our employees that, have familial relations at different schools. Okay, staff retention. This something that the board requested, and so we prepared this by certificated full-time employees and classified full-time employees. As you can see that, for the 22-23 school year for certificated, we had an 86% retention compared to the prior year of 78. But then if you look at the prior year that were kind of our COVID years, we didn't have a lot of staffing movement. It was not until we came back from COVID that we were not allowed, for employees to continue to work remotely because we needed to be on site, that we saw a lot of our employees going and taking different jobs. But if you look at the one for classified full-time, you can also see that our retention is 80%. The previous year was 74 compared to 87, 88, and 87 for, during the COVID years. So I think we are heading in a good direction now where, employees want to stay with us again. And we hope, the next year we will continue to add another section where you will see that, that the retention continues to be a positive one. And so that is all that I have. So does anybody have any questions for me?
Or we do exit interviews when people leave. What are you finding the primary reason people are leaving? Or are there maybe 2 or 3 different?
So for the classified employees, what we realized that many of them within the last year have left because they were going back to college. And many of them were telling us that they were going back to, full-time to get their credential, or, some of them were going back to get their master's. And so that's what we saw for classified. There were a few that were relocating and a few that just, added more family members, new babies to their family. And so, for many of them, it was just more feasible to stay home than, to work now that they have a newborn. But we were really surprised that the majority of our classified was, especially our parents, going back to school full-time. And or certificated, the few that completed or the exit interview or wanted to provide some feedback, we did had a few that wanted to be at a school closer to home, and just because it was, we had a few that it was due to traffic actually, because they have seen the increased traffic after, COVID. And so when it used to take them, half an hour to get to work and half an hour to go back home, now it was being increased to an hour and a half. And so trying to balance that, work and home, it was just, something that it was becoming too much. And so they were saying it's a great place to work. We just can't continue to do this commute anymore.
I was about ready to quit this morning too. With an hour and 15, 20 minutes traffic.
You know, you may or may not know this, but when you say that they wanted to be closer to home, did we see any inter transfers where teachers, for instance, wanted to, maybe we had a school that was closer to where they live?
So we actually did. So we had a few employees that wanted to come to us because they, because they just wanted to be closer to their house. And so we actually have a few classified and certificated that they're like, oh, many of them there before they didn't know that we existed.
Yeah.
And so they started doing their research, or we did a lot of advertisement this year. And so they started hearing about, GCC, and they started doing their research, applying, and because we were just, 15, 20 minutes closer, to their commute.
Interesting. I have one last question.
Yes.
So those that were the classified that were wanting to further their education, did we get any inclination that they would want to come back to GCC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do have a couple that are going to they're getting their teaching credential. And so that's what they say, they definitely want to come back and work at the school. And this year we actually had a couple, like 2 or 3 new hires. And 2 of them were futures
Yes.
graduates.
Oh.
So
Oh.
yes. So it was really exciting to see, their application and see high school, futures high school. So now they have their credential. We actually had a couple that, did work for us in a classified position before, and then, went to get their credential, and now they're back. So, yeah.
Laura, when you have a chat, when you interview or meet people that want to be employed here or come in looking for a position, what do they find unusual about our compensation package? Are there concerns that they have? Or are there things that are really surprised that we are so competitive? What do you hear back?
So we continue to be really competitive, like from the first year to the 9th year, because, we gave that big increase in our certificated salary schedule. So at the beginning years, we are really competitive. Where we tend not to be as competitive, it's in the out years, because, or the way our salary schedule is set, it's just based on steps, step 1 to 20.
Right.
And, most traditional school districts, they have, steps and columns, and they use, degree and units. So when you do degrees and units and you're already at column 5, then it's harder for us to find, somebody that, it's already all the way at the top, because they already earn all these degrees and units. And so, and they've been
Is that
for
something
10
we need to
years.
look at our split schedule and maybe come back? I mean, I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah.
But if that's a concern, somebody that is an experienced teacher coming in would not be as competitive. I'm just trying to think of ways that we would be able to compete. And that makes real sense. That we would not, a teacher with a lot of experience would probably not want to work here if we couldn't maintain, give them the years. Okay.
And some of them, are just teachers that have been teaching, probably an average of 9, 10 years. But because they knew that at their districts, if they continued their education, they kept moving up, they did that within their first 5 years of teaching. So they could be, at the column 5, and then, now you're looking at step 8 or 9. So it tends to be a little bit higher than, what our salary schedule is. But our salary schedules on the higher end are right in the mid for, normally the school districts have 5 columns. And we are right in the middle. So. we're still able to attract a lot of good teachers that, only have like their masters after their bachelors because they're just in the middle.
And over the last few years, I know the board has increased like both our masters as well as doctorate stipends and extended that to all of our certificated staff. So
Yes.
we'll continue to look at
And the longevity
things like that and the
Yeah.
longevity.
Yeah, we
So
got a longevity bonus.
Yes.
So-
we have kind of looked at some things, but Director
So there-
Berrigan and I will kind of review.
Yeah, and the longevity bonus is something that it was really receptive from all of our
Yes.
certificated employees and also our classified, they were really excited that they were being acknowledged for staying with us and
Yeah.
that, that longevity
That's
was
great.
being, given to everyone. And also the educational degree, it was also, provided to classified management and all of our certificated positions. So we started receiving those transcripts in HR like crazy and revising assignment letters and giving everybody an updated assignment letter to include that stipend. And so employees were really excited. And it's actually has been a good tool to attract, employees from the outside because, we tell them we might not be as high, but, we do have this degree stipend and our degree stipend is pretty in line with, other districts and with some a little bit higher.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very
Thank you.
much, Director
Thank you.
Berrigan.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we're gonna have our facilities update, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Little and Mr. Elliott to come, and I don't know who's gonna introduce
I'll
this.
just do a quick intro and then Jerry's got the bulk of it, but as Superintendent Sample said, we have 22 different buildings, campuses across the GCC, 5,000 students. And when summertime hits, a lot of teachers get to go home and refresh. Facilities does exactly the opposite. They get going. You're gonna see a ton of work that Jerry and his really team of two, Jerry and Carl,
Yeah.
did over the summer. And it's impressive when you think about the size of the departments and the size of our organization, what his team's able to accomplish. So Jerry, coming up, let's show them what we've done. We'll do that.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Superintendent, and board. Over here to the side where I'm standing right in front of it. We'll go through a couple of the updates, some things that happened over the summer. We're still working on our master plan. I know we have talked about that before at the previous retreat. We did go out to bid for that and we only received one reply on it. So I'm working right now on trying to reword kind of the RFIs. When we go back out, we might get some better responses on it. So we're hoping by the spring one, we actually have something to bring to you on a plan for that. But again, something that we haven't had before, we want to see how all of the facilities are being used, the condition of them and everything else, to have somebody come in and actually do a full assessment. So over at Community Collaborative Charter School, the high school has a new CTE space over the bowling alley. When 3 classrooms that were being used by COA, they're moving out, so we went in there.
Nice.
Yeah, we are still working on some of those. The TK8, out there in the by the playground area on the blacktop where the pool used to be, there's a restroom in there that's been kind of closed up for a while. We actually reached out to Twin Rivers this year, was able to get some repairs done in there and open it back up so the kids have a place to use facilities when they're out there on the playground area. And we'll talk a little bit more about the park playground when we talk about our future ones. Firehouse, you can see they got new painting and flooring in the 3 classrooms in the office, or 2 classrooms in the office they have. So the flooring kind of matches the whole, what was done in the cafe area, kind of blends through the whole area, kind of those classrooms look a lot better. And the virtual academy, again, that's going to be moving into the space of once our office expansion is done. They are currently expanded a little bit in the space there are across the street. And gave us another suite there where the movers moved out. So they're able to expand in there a little bit. Community Outreach Academy, we got a couple of pictures there from the CalFit demo. Demo is complete. We are right now currently out to bid to refresh their bids with real numbers for the 3 contractors that responded. We're giving them until September 7th to get those back to us so we can get those on the next board meeting for you guys to review. We're hoping to start construction there, hopefully by the end of September, middle of October, depending on when we can get our permit. We just went back in with our first round of comments back from the plan check. New carpet was done in Scabarla. All their classrooms got new carpet, much needed in their classrooms there. The middle school, been doing a lot of work still with Twin Rivers on that. They were able to come in, they removed a lot of the trees that were in the courtyard areas. You remember, if you've ever been over there, you see the big roots that were there. They removed a lot of those, and you can see in the bottom picture there that they did, COA did put some bark down in there to help with the dust and things like that. They also did a lot of painting and things like that in the classrooms over the summer, so they really spruced it up, and the park was able to kind of help try to protect those rooms that we did. Again, you see the CalFit building plan, or the Dudley C, or what we call it CalFit much more, we'll call it Dudley C from now on, but that's the building plan. The entry is up here on the side over here, so you'll go in there, and then all the classrooms will be back here. We're maintaining the big basketball area where it's at, and adding classrooms around the whole perimeter of it. So once we get that going, it should be a really nice project when it's finished, and a really nice facility for COA to expand into.
What is the timeline on that at this point?
At this point, we're hoping to start construction, like I said, in October-ish. Hopefully, if we can get the plans back without any further comments, and then we can get our permit, we'll have the contractor on board. So as soon as we get the permit, we'll be able to get started. Probably looking about a 5 to 6 month construction timeline on it. So we're probably looking at the next school year to start it there.
okay.
I don't think we'll.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get in there for the half year, and to move just for a couple of months. I don't know. It'll be a discussion for everybody, but. Over at Epic, their sports court over here, it got resurfaced, resealed and painted. And then we also added a sink up in the art room. If you've been there and you know where that lab is, they had a long storage closet. We actually kind of cut that in half, gave the other room next to it half of that space and put a sink in there for them. Here at Rancho Del Paso, a lot of this stuff happened for both schools on the whole campus, but Futures and HLA are both here, so we kind of break it up a little bit. But outdoor lunch serving area, this is the windows you see up there in the top picture. We are looking at getting those operable per the health department, so we can actually serve food out of those too. And in order to do that, we have to put those fly fans above the windows and for them to operable. So we are working with the contractor now, and hoping to meet with them next week on the plan of how to get those installed on that glass wall. That's the tricky part, because it's all glass. So we don't know if we have to go high or not. They repainted their multi-purpose room. All the lights in the multi-purpose room were replaced. We had about 8 of them that went out. The LED lifespan on them is just there. So instead of just replacing the 8, we just replace them all quicker. The other ones are going to happen anyway. And you have to get scissor lifts in there to replace them. The HLA modulars, we've got these service platforms. The upstairs units used to have to be a ladder to work off of to service the AC units that are back behind those doors. So we actually have platforms installed for make it a little safer for the maintenance guy. And also for the whole campus, they actually added some more cameras on site too, to get some of the dead spots that we've had. Adding these buildings, the modulars created some areas we couldn't see anymore. So we added quite a few more cameras around here, and also to get the parking lot too.
A quick question. How long did it take for them to put those modular classrooms in?
The modular classrooms?
Yeah, with a building there.
Yeah, that was about a 6-month process.
From start to go?
From start to finish, 6 to 7 months, probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And a lot of that was IMOD themselves just wanting to make sure it's their first project, so they wanted to make sure everything was pristine. So they spent a little extra time on a lot of the ceiling and everything else to make them look, as a show.
Were you happy with their work?
Yes, the concept of them, I really like. We're having a lot of issues right now with the HVACs though, because they're inside these doors here and they're not getting really the ventilation they need. They're overheating and they're burning out the boards.
Wow.
So one thing we'll talk about the future is we're looking at possibly replacing all the AC units in these already, just because the circuit boards. It took us 5 months, 6 months, I think, to get a circuit board shipped from overseas to replace in there. So we had one unit that was down for quite a bit of time last year. So
Okay,
looking at replacing them and making it more of a modern split system unit where the condensers would be up on the roof and everything. So to, you know, be a lot better for the overall.
okay.
And then Sava, they power in. A lot of the old storage spaces that were in the warehouse areas back there, you know, we've kind of made into classrooms now. Warehouses didn't really have a lot of HVAC in them, so we're looking at putting these
Splitters.
cassette units in these. Right now, they're going through the county. The contractor's going through the county right now for that to get that approved. Sim Center, thanks to Sergey over there and some work. The homeless issues are a lot better down there now. Elk Grove, these are the pictures of the new middle school wing. They expanded into the next building over. And we just went in there and did some minor changes. There used to be 3 offices over here, and now it's a large classroom and an office. And then they got the open floor plan in there as well. So nice space down there. And then the Thomas, we're looking at the space, the building behind it. That was Pearson. They got quite a bit of space back there they're not using, so we're looking at possibly getting some of that as well. And expanding into there. There's been a lot of plumbing issues at 1214 North Market. They've actually gone through and relined that pipe over the summer and had issues with that collapsing and stuff from the other tenant next to us, so.
So you said that it's been resolved now, because that's what I read.
It's been resolved now, they are
Thought it
still.
was, and then it happened again, and yeah.
Yeah, they thought they had it all fixed and then
Right.
they had a backup and found out there was a 4-inch or 4-foot long resin buildup in there from where it leaked out from the liner. And that just blocked everything up. So it took them a week and a half to bore through that and work through that. Right now, everything is working. I think there's just 2 sinks they're still working on, you know, a sink instead of the rest of it. So it's functional now. And then our central office and virtual academy, these are some pictures. We did get flooring put in the break room now. So that central office expansion is pretty much complete on the inside. We're just waiting for the switch gear to come. They had pushed that back till January, but they were able to find a switch gear on the shelf somewhere. They purchased that. McClellan purchased that. So now we're looking at the end of September, October, actually occupying this space and moving in. So it's got quite a larger break room. So I imagine that will become more of the central office break room instead of the small one that we have now. And then VA will be moving in. We also have another good sized training room over there. That wall right there is shared to the boardroom, our current boardroom. So right on the other side of that, it's going to be another large room that we could use for training as well. A couple other things we did in the office is, if you haven't been there lately, we switched the training room HR. So the old training room that was up in the front of the building, that's kind of that long, narrow room, wasn't very versatile for that. That became HR's office, and then HR's old office is now the training room, which is a lot more useful for a training room. And again, that's the plan for the other side. This whole area over here will be virtual academy on that side, and this will be community engagement, and then the break room and somewhere else in the training room down there. And the facilities will be down on the end as well. Future projects, we briefly talked about the HVAC units for the modulars. That's these are probably all things that you'll probably see coming up in the next few months. That's something that we're going to have to prioritize, especially as we get into some warmer weather, because right now we're down 1 unit, and they do have some temporary ones in there that we're using that's keeping the rooms cool. The playground at the TK8 for CCCS. Where the park was, I don't know if you guys remember, between the snack bar and the restaurant, there's an existing play structure there. We did get permission from Twin Rivers just recently, a couple of days ago, to use that space now. So we actually contacted the landscape architect who drew up our original plans, meeting him out there next week, and we're going to redraw them up for that space. We already have some playground
He would be very happy.
Yeah.
That's what Miss Angela.
We already had some equipment, so we can
Miss
put it
Angela
over there.
is very happy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice for them to have a space, and then we'll fence
Yes.
that in to incorporate into our space and not the park as well. Carpet replacement in the hallways at Epic. That school is about 8 years old. 6, 8 years old. The carpet's never been changed. We were gonna do that over the summer, but with summer school and the extended program, we weren't able to get in there because we need at least a 2-week time period. So we're gonna try to look at that to do over the holiday break in December and January, thinking we might be able to do it then, but we'll have to look at how the days line out. Outdoor restaurants for Epic too. We're looking at possibly the plan of that to do a building, kind of like what we did next to the theater, but in a smaller version. Outside by the playground area, just again, so the kids don't have to go all the way in and go upstairs to use the restrooms. We'll have something out there to use. Talked about the CTE rooms at the main campus, finishing those off. Possible things to look in the future is a sports field out here in the back of this facility. To do a soccer field and maybe a building or so down there as well. Same thing for GIS. We're looking at additional portables and soccer field down there. We're currently starting the talks with San Juan about that. And then continued landscape improvements at the middle school. They did that one section, but there's some other areas over there that need some attention as well. So it's kind of what my summer has been like. And some more things coming, but you have any questions about what was taken? Yes.
Jerry, Angie had mentioned something about restroom for near the kindergarten. Has she talked to you about that at all?
I have not heard about that one yet.
Okay.
But by the kindergarten?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have to look at that and see. I mean, they got the restrooms behind that, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry, I want to thank you for all of the work that you do, with your department.
Right. Department of two.
You
Yes.
do your job.
It keeps us
trying to
busy.
keep up with
Keeps
it.
us busy for sure. But
Yes.
I had a chance with you to review and Maureen to review, look at the expansion at the, I guess we'll call it the district office there. That's really a nice job they did in there. I hope that you can get in there in October and expand into it. I'd like to see that space being used.
yeah, we would like to get in there as well. Because we lost one storage area in the office when we did all of our flopping around, so it's kind of tight now. So we'd like to get in there and kind of spread it out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right.
Appreciate
Great,
it.
thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Little. Now we'll have Director Sergey Terekov come and do kind of our governmental relations and community engagement update.
Good afternoon, dear GCC board, President Campbell, Superintendent Semple, and the cabinet. So thank you for this opportunity to share some highlights and updates in the area of our work. Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and get started with the political climate, what's going on in the different districts as well as in the city and county of Sacramento. Those things are either directly impacting GCC schools or indirectly. So I'll start with the Sacramento City Unified School District. So as a result of the election, you probably know that we have 3 new board members, and those are Hasid Singh, Tara Jean, and Taylor Kayada. And those 3 replaced Daryl Wu, who was a great friend of ours and big supporter of GCC. As well as Lisa Murawski, who was supported by CCSA, and Leticia Garcia, who was actually a wife of Assemblymember Kevin McCarthy. So those 3 lost to those 3 individuals. So we are keeping very close attention to the school board. I am actually in communication with the president of the board, Chinua Rhodes, who Chinua and I were serving on the Education and Workforce Development Committee at the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. It gives me an opportunity to interact with him. So the second one is Yolo County Office of Education, and we do have a brand new member, trustee Armando Salud-Ambriz, who actually we had a pleasure to host at EPIC. And at this point, we hosted all of the White Boy board members at EPIC, and we have pretty good relationship and a lot of support from those guys. So the third one is Elk Grove Unified. So there's 2 new board members, Michael Vargas and appointed trustee Gina Jamerson. So she had to run, and those 2 individuals are newly elected. Also, our relationship with Oak Grove Board is very good, and I am in communication with Michael Vargas, and actually there's a pending invite for him to visit Sava in Oak Grove. So and then fourth one is Twin Rivers Unified School District. As you probably heard, that trustee Bastian passed away, Bob Bastian, and was special election, and new trustee Stacy Bastian, which is his daughter, actually was elected. Then the San Juan is also very interesting school board. There were 3 new board members elected last November, which was Tanya Kravchuk, and she's actually, I think I mentioned to you previously that she's the former parent of GCC. So she got elected, and Michael McKeeman lost to Tanya Kravchuk. That was a long time trustee from San Juan. Then it was Ben Avey. And the former council member, Stephen Miller from Citrus Heights City Council. So he was elected, but unfortunately and very sadly, he passed away. So which actually opened up a board seat. And at this point, San Juan decided to hold a special election in November 2023. At this point, we have 2 candidates filed to run for the seat, and those are Manuel Perez and Murad Sarama. So from what I understand, I haven't met those individuals, but keeping very close attention to this race. Manuel Perez is the gentleman who is supporting school choices, and then the Murad Sarama is supported by the labor. And then Assembly District 6, so Kevin McCarty publicly announced that he's not going to be running for re-election, which opens up his seat. And at this point, there are a couple of individuals. Official, I know that Rosanna Herber, who is a SMART board member, she announced that she will be running, and there's another individual, but I don't think it's public at this point. Which is actually a Democratic seat, so will probably be replaced by a Democrat most likely, and Kevin McCarty currently is very influential on the educational side and not necessarily charter friendly. And I'll leave it at that. It brings me to mayoral election of the city of Sacramento. Also, Mayor Steinberg is not going to be running for re-election at this point. So there's 2 individuals that are officially announced, which is Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, that he will be running, as well as former council member Steve Hansen. So I'm sure there are going to be more. Okay, and then the county board of supervisors level, Supervisor Sue Frost officially announced that she will not be running, and she is currently representing District 4, which is Orangeville, and I believe she has COA Middle and that piece of the district. So and then Rich Desmond, who is both of them actually, Supervisor Frost and Desmond, they both are supporter of GCC and been at our schools and being very instrumental. But yeah, Supervisor Desmond is seeking re-election, so he will be running for his seat. And then the Sacramento City Council, 3 council members are up for re-election. Council member Guerra is also a good friend of our schools, Katie Valenzuela, Mai Vang, who is the former, actually 4 council members, who's a former school board, Sac City school board member, and then Sean Laloy are up for re-election. Out of this group, Councilmember Valenzuela and Laloy will have some serious opposition at this point. We know that. So why is this important for our schools? We work very closely with municipalities like City of Sacramento and the county. As Jerry mentioned, one of the areas is facilities, so we're renting facility. Previously, we worked together on the Career Technical Educational Program, also known as 1000 Strong, with the mayor's office. And also, it's very important to work with municipalities on some neighborhood issues that impacts our schools. So the latest example would be Community Outreach Academy and CCCS. So in that corner of McClellan, unfortunately, was the encampment of unhoused individuals that caused some serious health and safety issues for our school. And we work very closely with Supervisor Frost, Supervisor Cerna, and Supervisor Desmond, as well as District Attorney's Office and the Sheriff Department to help to facilitate cleanup of that. And right now it's looking fairly good. Again, so the legislative updates would be another area that I would like to touch on. So the most important directly impacting, something that directly impacting GCC is the part of the trailer bill, so-called trailer bill, is included 1-year extension on all charter renewals. And 1 year, but also it includes 1-year extension on non-seat-based charter moratorium, charter school moratorium. Both of those elements will somewhat affect us. It was initially originated, or the initial author and sponsor of this bill was Senator Alvarado Gil, who was a former charter school leader. So she was trying to pass 2-year moratorium, but then through negotiation, it kind of trickled down to the trailer, to be part of the trailer bill. The other one that I would like to mention is Assembly Bill 1078. Which is actually, if passes and some form is going to pass, it has to do with instructional materials and put more responsibility on the on LEA boards, which you guys are, in terms of ensuring that there's no removal of the materials, and if there is a removal of the instructional materials, it will require 2/3 of the votes. So this bill, and just to give you a side note, this bill has been changed multiple times. Like drastically changed, okay? But there's political will on behalf of the governor, on behalf of the state superintendent, to pass something of that nature and have it in place, right? So that's why, I mean, this is the most current text of the bill, which actually involves county superintendent of schools in terms of ensuring that all the instructional materials that are required by the states are, available and available at LEA. And then it also involves the state CDE and the state superintendent's office in terms of also, if necessary, they can purchase those materials and make them available for the LEA. So there's a lot of, debates around it. CSBA is opposing this bill because in the eyes of CSBA, this is California School Board Association, it's taking the authority from the local governing boards and giving it to the state, which is not a good thing necessarily, even though I'm sure that the intentions were positive. Okay, the other bill that actually it's a bill that was passed last year, but it's in effect this year, and this one is expansion of Levine Act. What it is that it limits the local elected officials, such as school board members, county board of SUPs, council members, and others, to if they accept campaign contribution of $250 or larger, it limits their ability to vote on anything that directly related to the source. And it also says that the agent, it could be the individual, the entity, or the agent of the entity, right? So it puts a lot of limitation. So how this can theoretically be impactful for GCC is that if any officers of GCC or board members making contribution of $250 or more to a school board member or county board member, and then we have a charter renewal or some sort of a petition or whatnot, so they are actually legally not able to vote on this for 12 months. Okay, so there are some exemption provisions and so on, but one of the things that was brought to my attention is that the labor unions and political action committees have a lot more flexibility, so they're not necessarily answering to the same standard. The other one is the AB 247, which is it's going to place a $14 billion bond, K-12 and the community college school bond, and the 2024 statewide ballot. And it's unspecified election, so it would be either fall or spring election. So those are 247 and AB 938 are out there, but Alan Morisushi. So the other one is establishes new LCFF base grant in 2030 and 2031 that would double those current formulas, the base formulas of LCFF that was established in 2013 and 2014. Also, what's important to know that it will be starting 2030-31, that school year. So the adjustment for inflation will be mandatory. So that would be they will have to adjust it every year. Then SB 28. Again, this is about the preschool funding that would be put on the higher education bond in the spring of 2024. So again, this is just to put SB 28 as well as AB 247 are just to put this item on the ballot. So this is not necessarily it will pass. The SB 28 also very interesting provision that increases the amount, the percentage of the property assessed property value. So it goes up to as high as 4%, with 2/3 of the voters voting for it. And then SB 88 imposes new significant requirements on any drivers who is compensated by LEA for transporting students. So again, that was introduced by labor and pushed through. All of those bills are pretty much at the final stage. So it's the likelihood is very high it's going to be passed, and then it's very high likelihood that the governor will sign it. Okay. And it brings me to my favorite topic, refugees and newcomers. So thanks to you and your leadership, we were able to actually serve over 750 families that were newly enrolled during. I mean, it's a sad reason for them to come, of course, because there are war refugees, but I'll say per capita we're the most impacted district here, in the greater Sacramento area. So if you some of the school sites, I mean, their enrollment is 20% of those guys. So the 20%, as high as 20%. I'll say COA and EPIC. That would be a good example. And why people choose our schools? Because at GCC we offer student and family support, and we work very closely with Dr. Crawford's team. There's a lot of different services that are available for students. Also, we have parent liaisons and community engagement specialists on site. They can speak the language, and the instructional materials also offered in a way that it's a lot easier for English learners to get up to speed. And one of the things I'd like to mention, because you heard Dr. Marston presenting back in June about community school grants. So at this point, our team is a lead on this, and we would like to incorporate community school grant resources to actually increase level of services for newcomers and refugees. That's on our plan. And then I just want to mention a couple of collaborative partners that we work very closely serving refugees, and those are Sacramento County Department of Human Assistance. And again, that was actually a work of Supervisor Desmond's office and himself to make sure that we have this relationship. The Sacramento Food Bank, River City Food Bank, Spring of Life Ukrainian Church, which is one of the biggest receivers in the area. Of the Ukrainian families, like assistance centers and war relief, who is the resettlement agency. And with that, I'm gonna pause for questions. Yes, sir.
Oh, I really appreciate the presentation and very, very, very insightful. I hadn't seen that figure before. So we had 750 students.
Yes.
Have come, because I kept thinking 500 somewhere.
Yes, and this is 2 days old. This is just recently. I asked data people to run the report, and I'll tell you more. This is very conservative because the 750 is only people that are new to United States schools since February of last year that came from Ukraine and Russia. So it does not include any other. Like I saw Kazakhstan, I saw Belarus, I saw some other countries, they're not even included there. So if you add those, it would be 800. But I wanted to make sure that this number reflects the impact of the war, because those two countries that are most impacted.
And Director Turner, if I could also give just a little more context, the number that Director Terekov is referring to, this is the cumulative number since February of 2022. I believe the other number you saw was for last school year, so. That could be a little bit of.
So this includes new enrollment also as the current year.
It's a current year.
It's up to, so it's a cumulative number from February of last year.
Now I am confused. Okay, so
the number that Sergey is sharing here is the number since the war started. How many of our newcomer families we have served. So this is a cumulative number starting February.
From last year
and this year.
Oh, okay.
Right, it's not,
Now
they're not.
Okay.
And if you look at her, and if you look at our growth and enrollment, so this is a huge number that contributes to that growth. I mean, unfortunate reason, but we're glad to be able to serve and help those individuals and families.
Do you know of any of the numbers in any of the surrounding districts of enrollment?
I don't have exact number. I know that the second, I would say like anecdotally, I think we're the most impacted. The second most impacted will be San Juan.
Okay.
Yeah, San Juan got a lot. And this is again because of the services that they have, they have refugee program, they have refugee program coordinator, they have people that speak different languages, and they actually help quite a few of Afghan and Arab family priorly.
Okay.
to this, yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, in District 2, which is this school is located in, Roger Dickerson is running the city council, so I'll let you know that he's, we can look for his support.
Yeah, Roger is a great supporter of our schools and good friend, and yeah, I mean, he's a great community guy. So thank you, Mr. Block.
All right, thank you, Director Terracott, for the report. Madam President?
All right. We are now, board members, getting ready to move into closed section. And I will go over the item for closed session and excuse, and we're going to remain here. And we will excuse the others. So under closed session, we will have employee performance evaluation, superintendent CEO, government code section 54957. Second item, closed session, anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9. Third item, closed session conference regarding real estate negotiation pursuant to government code 54956.8. And the fourth one will be closed session, employee personnel matter pursuant to government code section 54957. So those are the items in closed session. Yeah.
Quick question, is that turned off at this point?
We are still
Yes,
at this
when we go
point.
into closed session, we will be.
We're live right now.
Yes,
And can I take about a 2-minute break?
yes, yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Yeah. The board is in closed session now. We are back from closed session and we did have one item. A vote of 4-1 to release an employee in the closed session. So that is the action that was taken in closed session. And now, board, we're ready to go into our consent agenda items. Are you ready? You're ready. And just because we do have some people with us, I'll read the consent agenda items so they will know what we're voting on or not. Item 1, adoption of the GCC board meeting minutes, 7/26/23. Personnel consent agenda, purchases over 30,000. Job descriptions, new, revised, removed, we read all of those. Board policies, update and rescind. SAVA, Twin River School District Material Revision, Electrical Health Center MOU, and the annual board resolution. These are the consent agenda items, and I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda items.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second, it's been moved and second. Any discussion on any of the items?
Well, I had about a 10-minute presentation I wanted to make, but I'll.
No, you didn't. Yeah, in good spirits today. All right, I will call for roll call vote. Mr. Anderson, Mark Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Harry Block.
Yes.
Mr. Bruce Mandrake.
Yes.
Mr. Jack Turner.
Yes.
Lily Campbell, yes. So the consent agenda items without the 10 minutes discussion passed. Thank you. And now we do have another item under personnel, the GCC employee handbook. I will entertain a motion for that. You have received information prior to the meeting.
Move approval.
So move.
Second.
Second, it has been moved in second. Any discussion on the employee handbook? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Harry Block,
Yes.
Mr. Bruce Mandrake,
Yes.
Mr. Jack Turner.
Yes.
Lily Campbell, yes. Those items have been taken care of. And now we are down to our board comments. Board comments?
Great retreat. Say
Great retreat.
congratulations to the
Yes.
staff and really appreciated the information.
Ditto.
Yeah, ditto.
Yeah, excellent.
And just for the record, I do want to again affirm our superintendent and the staff for the event, back to school, and the ice cream socials that we visited. It was very nice to go with you and to meet the staff, and it was really yeoman's job to do that. So thank you. It was great to see so many people just before school. And the event was really good, really good. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Anything else for the good of, yes?
Yes, I just have a few kind of closeout. I just want to thank the entire cabinet team, Mr. Elliott, Dr. Gold, Mr. Coy for, Myra, Reyna, there she is, for really their work. This team has put in countless hours to really make all of this happen. And so I want to thank my team personally and affirm them for their work to make today's retreat meaningful. I want to thank the directors, Dr. Crawford, Mr. Terakov, Laura Berrigan for their work to kind of present today. And then we can't do these things without Melissa. And so she hates to have those little moments, but I want to publicly thank Melissa for all of her work leading up to this day and then everything that she's done today. So I really am honored to have a phenomenal team all the way around. So thank you to the team.
And I agree with you. And on behalf of the board, we thank all of you, all of the people who called, each of you for your reports, each of you for your diligence and the work that you put in. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And so with that, nothing else for the good of the organization at this point. I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.